Be on? Okay. There's Stephen. Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, November 29th, a little after 4:03. There's no one in the room right at the moment, so I'm not going to go through those requirements for the people in the room. I am, however, going to do a roll call here. So we have present at the table, no one on Zoom tonight. None of the commissioners are on Zoom.
No, and Carrie's coming. She's just late.
Okay, thank you.
Texted me.
So present at today's meeting, like everybody, once Carrie arrives. So it's Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, Stephen Welch, Jesse Dutra, and Connie Patton. So that's our group for this evening. First order of business, and we can do this just voice vote. Can somebody make a motion to approve tonight's agenda? Thank you, Diane. So there it is, regular members on Diane's motion to approve tonight's agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Let's see. So we, for those of you who joined us on Thursday at the organizational meeting before, was it Thursday?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the week before, right, that's right. We approved the wording of a number of best practices, things that will help us move our agenda along more rapidly. And there was some reason why we couldn't vote them through at the time. Maybe it had to do with notice, but here they are, 10. Can anyone tell me, can we vote those through as a block, or do we need to do them individually?
We can do a block.
Do a block? Okay, so.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so there is a motion, and once again, I'd like to thank Stephen and the group for putting this together. I think they're all going to be very helpful. So Abby's motion is to approve, or I should say ratify the approval of the 10 best practices recommendations that were made about 2 weeks ago. Again, voice vote. All those in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now, discussion of Diane's letter. I'm a little unclear on this. This was Diane's citizen-sponsored warrant article.
Right, and the letter that's on the 16th of November.
From
the Select
staff.
Board.
From staff, right?
Yes. And mine,
Okay, so,
just to make it clear.
okay, so what are we going to do on that, Diane? I guess it's to
I'll
you.
just read what I got and then we can discuss it a little bit. First of all, I just want everybody to know it to be recorded that this is not me as a single person. I am only representing the board, as to somebody has to represent them, and that's been me to doing. I am not putting, the only thing that's going under my name is the citizens warrant. If we can't do away with it, come next May.
Can we get a point of information?
Yeah, yes, I think I know what you're going to ask.
Do you wanna-
Please do. Which part of this are you representing the board?
I am representing the board at the select board. I am representing the request to reinstate the advisory boards and to make a comment on the letter that was submitted by the staff to Andrew Vorse and Andrew Vorse to the Board of Select.
I think I would like to ask, through Mr. Chair, that we take up
Continue.
the conduct of commissioners at public meetings topic before we get into this.
Do we say it just a little louder?
I would like to ask that, as opposed to starting on this topic, that we get into the conduct of commissioners at public meetings.
Okay, Stephen, to that, I think we could probably wrap this all into one discussion, and I have to be very careful for a number of reasons. I think what Stephen's getting at is what I heard. I haven't watched, I have to say, I haven't watched the video or anything like that, but this board collectively produced a letter requesting of the select board to reinstate the advisory
I
committee.
have a copy of it right here.
Okay, so we all agreed. Now, if anyone disagrees with what I'm saying, please let me know, okay? Because some of what I'm about to say is you know, unfortunately anecdotal. So the letter was written, the letter was reviewed by the board, and we voted as a board to submit it to the select board. Okay, now among the things that were in that letter, and it was discussed at this table several weeks ago, was that the members that were sitting on the various boards, if they were reinstating the boards, those same members would just go right back and resume their positions for the time being. Do we all recall that conversation?
Except for Nantucket, that requested not
No,
to.
no. The discussion of Nantucket did come up, and we said either, and please, you know, feel free to disagree, but and it said in the letter that we would all of the boards across the board sign advisory, well, which was a separate issue. HSAB, Sconset advisory, Nantucket advisory, Tucker-Nuck advisory, all of the boards were going to have all of the members just come back the way they were for the time being.
Right.
Do we all recall that?
Yes, it's right here.
Okay, now Diane, I'm pretty sure that you went and said, well, Nantucket advisory shouldn't be reconstituted.
No, I said it was what, at its choice, I had heard from two of the members, and they said, well, we're trying to put something together. I did say it shouldn't be. I just said at this time, whatever they wanted to do would be
Well,
good.
I don't
didn't say
think
that.
what Nantucket advisory decides they want to do is their decision to make. I think it's our board's
That's
decision,
fine.
and we did make that decision.
Yes.
And we included it as part of our submission
Each board.
to the select board.
And it's right here, whether I put in an idea or a thought, that was all in our letter to them.
Well, I will only say this, and that is that that confused the select board.
No.
Because they had a letter in front of them that was saying one thing, and then they had a statement from a member of the HCC saying something different.
That's not quite what they had. I didn't write a separate letter on my own.
No,
And
you,
this is the letter right here that I have that went to the HCC. And it was a discussion further part. And I was asked about Wisconsin, about Nantucket. And I said, I had heard that Nantucket had a group called, I don't know what it's called, of people there, and that they didn't want to go back in and just have two people because they're supposed to have five. It was not a thing under our vote or anything else, because I have the original letter that went down right here.
well, my own view is that when we issue a letter, we do it as a board. It's always been my opinion that we act as a board. You know, the newspaper will routinely call me up and say, well, what do you, Ray Pohl, think about this? And I say, doesn't matter what I think as an individual. What matters is what we collectively think as a board. So I think that sending what I thought was a relatively simple message to the select board resulted in a degree of confusion, because then there's like, well, Nantucket doesn't want to be reinstated. I think that everyone on this panel, I'm not sure that anyone would disagree with this. The advisory boards are there at our pleasure. You know, they're there because we have created them essentially. And so to say, well, if Sconset Advisory, there's a couple of members on Sconset Advisory that feel like they should take over Walwinet or something like that. Well, they can think that. That's all well and good, but that's not for them to decide. That's for us to decide as a board. So we have to be very, very careful about when we go before another organizational body and present information to them. We have to be very clear that it's, you know, our own information, not the information of the group. That if the group, our board, discusses something in an open meeting and produces a document, and that document's transferred, that if you're coming in as an individual and saying, well, you know, I'm only saying this as an individual, not as a representative of the HDC.
I didn't say that. I don't even know how it came up. I was chatting with Bruce Mandel, or not chatting, but
Yeah,
emailing.
Right.
Because he told me I was following it up. The only letter that I sent down to the thing is this letter that says, and it's signed, says it's signed by all of us, and that's it. And I have it right here. I brought them all, so there could not be any question. Respectfully, Jason Bridges, to the members of the select
Okay.
board.
If nobody watched that meeting, this is an act of futility.
I
did,
watched it.
And I think where the confusion came in is the staff had a separate letter asking not to reinstate the boards because of the workload, as I understood it. Would you agree with that?
They sent it out, and I have got a copy. Of
Before
what
we
they
move on, please,
asked.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I'd like to see if we can address this matter of members speaking at meetings on behalf of the commission.
Okay,
So may I comment?
yeah,
It's been my experience that the chair speaks for the commission, and individual members do not speak for the commission. They speak for themselves individually. They should take great pains to indicate and make that clear, so it's not implied that they're speaking on behalf of the commission. And I think that we should vote to affirm that this evening. Simple matter of policy and procedure.
Well, what happens if the chairman can't go to a meeting?
Well, the chairman does what you would anticipate, Diane. The chairman designates someone, as is the chair's right.
Yeah, I don't think that's ever been questioned. I just.
Well,
think
then why did you ask?
Because two people can go to a meeting, two members of the commission can go to a meeting with the select board and talk about it.
I didn't say they couldn't. That's not what I
Okay.
stated.
What did you state? And don't argue with me. I'm trying to just get across. I thought you said that.
Diane,
the
please,
select- that
don't
the-
sit there and tell me not to argue with you when you're not listening to what I'm saying and then you're questioning me. What I said, paraphrased, is that my experience, and I think the experience of many of us, is that the chair speaks for the body. And in answer to your question, as is commonplace, if the chair cannot, he designates someone. And in addition, it's the individual member's responsibility to clarify that they are not speaking on behalf of the commission. They are speaking as an individual. And I think that we should vote to reaffirm that.
I think it's a good idea.
okay.
That's my motion.
Okay. So on Stephen's motion, again, it can be a voice vote, all the regular members, all those in favor of Stephen's motion?
Aye.
All
Aye.
right.
Okay, that's good. Now, okay. I naively thought that this was a straightforward, just submit the application. Apparently staff has different concerns. I think, and for all of you that are aware or not aware of what's happening at the select board. So they took it under consideration. It is going to come up for review again. I plan to be there because there's more here than I had thought. I honestly thought that us writing a letter that as a board expressed our views with regard to the advisory boards, that we wanted them reinstated and how we wanted them reinstated. I thought it was all covered in the letter. Apparently it wasn't. So this would be taken up again. Now, where do we want to go from here?
Well,
Let's see.
are we going to be, I would just ask that as opposed to, well, I think there's a couple of things going on. We have potentially negotiation related, the HDC is a signatory to the contract, which binds it under plus. I'm not talking about pros, cons, benefits, or anything at this time. I'm simply talking about the process.
Right.
I believe that as opposed to hearing letters we've heard before that articulate individual members' beliefs, that we should convene an executive session to address agenda items being that relate to potential negotiations, those being Diane's warrant article.
Yeah.
And I think to some extent we could cover it's my belief we could cover the letter concern that Diane has brought up, because it's
The
part and parcel
staff
to it.
letter.
Right.
Yes.
And I
agree.
would suggest that we do that as is normally done, whatever the process is, we notice it, we have minutes taken, so on and so forth.
Okay. Is that something we can put together relatively quickly?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it. I personally would not be able to do it this Thursday. I think I just want to make a comment to the group, if I may. I think the benefit of doing this is that we're not taking time away from our regular scheduled Tuesday meeting, which is to review applications. We've spent probably the better part of 5 hours away from applications discussing operational matters. And I think that that's unfortunate. And so I would suggest it be on a Thursday, and I would suggest that it not be this coming Thursday, but the following.
I make a
Please.
thing is that I would like, it's going to discuss the letter about the staff. I would like to be there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, a Thursday is practically impossible for me to get. I have nobody. I cannot walk, if you didn't
Okay.
realize it. I cannot
All right.
walk.
Dan, I don't know if you
Stand
noticed,
up.
but we do Zoom on Thursdays, and you typically attended on a Thursday.
Yes, I'm not saying I wouldn't attend. I'm just
Oh.
saying I can't be there personally, and I would like to be there personally to defend or to talk about what I have brought up, because as it turned out at the select board meeting on the 16th or whatever it was, that the chairman can pick out who and for how long they speak. So I would just like maybe to see if we could get the room a little later. I can be here, I can be there, I can be anywhere at 4 o'clock, but my grandson, who is the person who gets me into my chair, has to work until 3:30 for the DPW. And it takes.
So let me make sure I understand. So are you saying that like Thursday would work, it would just have to happen after 4?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
have no problem with anything as long as I have him to,
Does the venue matter? Like, could you come in person to the town building?
yeah, I
You
could go
could.
anywhere.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where, it
No,
just
I
matters
just
the
have to
time.
tell the van where they're going to take me, and where they pick me up.
I mean, how difficult is it to have that?
No, not at
That,
all. It's
that's,
just
well,
getting
the
somebody to get
Thursday
me into
space.
the chair.
That's not in hot demand, is it?
No, what?
Okay. No, I'm asking Esme if it would be difficult to get in there
No,
after
it's just
4.
I can't get into the chair without his help.
So you're suggesting Thursday at 4, is that?
Yeah,
Okay,
that would be fine.
I do like the idea.
No, next Thursday at 4. Is it?
Whatever
Yeah, this Thursday, I
doesn't
don't think
matter.
we'd be able to get it together.
Yeah, what is, I'm sorry, what is, I have to look at the calendar. What is next Thursday?
Okay,
Thursday, the 8th.
Thursday, the 8th?
Does anyone else have a conflict on Thursday, the 8th? Should we do it the following Thursday, which is the 15th?
I'll be gone.
Without looking at my calendar, I'm pretty sure that I'm fine Thursday of next week is what we were talking about.
Originally, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, so Thursday next week
yeah,
at 4.
yes.
8.
So I don't know that we need to make a motion for executive session. It's so rarely done, if ever, by the HDC. I think it's just determined by the chair.
All I know is that
Posted.
we've done it once or twice, and you have to open the meeting
Yeah.
and then close the meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, so let's pencil that one. Thursday, the 8th, at 4 PM over in the town building, little conference room in the back, okay?
Can't be there?
A usual one, right?
Yeah, where we usually are.
No, it's important for you to be there.
Okay, so do we need a motion on anything here, or can we just agree that that's going to be our thing moving forward, our concept? Good?
Yeah.
Everybody good? Okay. Any public comment? Matthew, do you have a public comment at this time? Thanks. Okay, much appreciated.
Where's the pump-
Commissioner comments.
Where's the pumpkin cookies?
Okay, do we have commissioner comments?
That was mine.
This- that was our commissioner comment for the evening. Oh, and mine is, I think you guys are doing a great job.
Oh,
Okay.
I actually have one.
Well,
No.
So I have, what I did was I printed up the, these are the things we had and staff distributed, the things we had being the best practices
oh, rock.
recommendations
Okay.
as
yeah.
adopted, 1, 2,
Yes.
3. And there's a table of contents, and then each of the topics has got a highlight. So it's just a little easier to find them. And these,
How we doing?
Jesse.
Let's see, we need one
Here we
more.
go.
No, I printed my own.
Oh,
Yeah, we do have a PDF of this, right? I
Yeah,
think you sent something
this is
around.
conveniently highlighted.
is that
in
another
the
one?
X
This is-
mode.
yeah, that
This
one's
is
for
terrific.
Val. Val, it's different than what you have.
And what we were sent?
Yeah, it's got a table of contents, and then each of the topics has got a highlight on it. And the reason I brought these and the reason I mentioned this is because if these are going to work, what is the saying from my fitness days in the 90s? No pain, no gain. We need to look at these things, we need to reference them, and we need to incorporate them,
Mm,
because otherwise we've just wasted our time and we're not going to move forward. So I'm just suggesting that we all take on a shared responsibility, take a look at them when you get to a meeting, and look through it. And if you find something that doesn't conform, just call out a point of information so we can correct it.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Speaking of shared responsibility, have we set up, question for staff, have we set it up such that we can have our rotation among the commissioners to do consent stuff? Is that,
I'm meeting with staff tomorrow, and we're going to look through these
okay,
and see.
because I'm eager to get that process going. I think that's going to be really very much to our benefit. Okay, great, thank you. Well, then, that brings us to item number 4 on our list, which is a rather large consent, from which I need to recuse.
And I can't say.
Carrie needs to recuse, so I believe that means that,
I can make that motion.
well, actually, we need, you're
I'll,
gonna be chairing. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Stephen's chair.
Jesse, you'll
Yeah.
sit on this one unless you need to recuse? No. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve consent?
Motion to approve consents.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
None opposed, carries unanimously.
Okay, consent with conditions, also rather long. None of the regular members needs to recuse from that. unless I'm mistaken. So can I have a motion on consent with conditions?
Motion to approve.
Very good, thank you. All those in favor, regular board, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Very good. Okay, views. 2 Creek Lane, do we have somebody to rep this?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Andrew did email me, said he's running late, but he's coming.
Okay, so that means that we can, well, let's try it. These are Stevens, by the way, the 3 views.
Okay, so let's move on to 38 Union, change the trim color. Is George with us?
Any takers?
Okay, we're gonna go for the triple. 51 Fair Street, I see Matt.
George is in the queue. Is he muted? He's muted. George, if you can hear us, you're muted. You should unmute and let us know that you're there. Then we can come back to you.
Hey, Matt, before you start, come on down. I'm just gonna get us rolling on our application hearings. So the chairperson announces the hearing and announces the sitting board, which is myself, Diane, Val, Jesse, and Connie.
I'm not on it.
No,
I thought I was.
Yes.
51.
Oh, no, wait.
51 Fair.
She's not.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
51 Fair, we're down to number 3. You're on the other 2.
All comments go through the chair. I'm taking that one out of
Sorry,
order, but
brother.
I just wanted to put that in there. So Matt, you got 2 minutes. Any of the public, anyone wants to comment for or against has a minute. Commissioners ask questions of informational, not qualitative or comments on the application. And then we'll receive staff comments and then we'll go from there. So why don't you start? And if we have questions, we'll ask you, staff will comment, and then I'll pick it up from there with a quick.
Follow. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for color change. We had come before you previously with a color combination, and the board had collectively made suggestions for an alternative combination, and also asked us to provide samples of our initial submission, as well as the revised color combinations. And so we did put these boards at the site, and I've actually brought them here tonight as well. And so just to recap, and I can bring these over here. I don't know if everyone can see them.
If you wouldn't mind, bring them to the front. Adrian will give you a hand. Thank you, Adrian.
I'll keep on the same here, but so this was the initial color combination here, and the blue.
Tell us which one for each though, Matt.
So these 4 were what we initially submitted, which I've got the associated drawings to reference, and these were your suggested revisions. So the biggest departure was to change the Hamilton blue to like something that's a little more kind of gray. That's what that is.
Okay, Matt, I'm sorry. Would you just go through, we see the prior submission, name what the other colors are intended for? Sash, trim, door.
So the new proposal is black sash, which is kind of like more of a charcoal or graphite. The gray is basically trim, so rakes, corner boards, etc. Here, the clapboard is this kind of premier colored white, and then this modified blue are the artificial accents.
Okay. And that's reflected in the drawing above.
Yeah, yeah, and I know that the resolution on the screen is a little bit different, so.
Okay, any other comments?
I think that's it.
Okay, any questions from the commissioners? Okay. So at this point, if there were, we'll receive staff comments. This is going to be a little stiff until we get used to it, but I think it's worth walking through these. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is Charles H. Robinson's Victorian that was built in 1878. Obviously, Charles H. Robinson built a lot of profound structures on the island. So the existing color scheme that's on the structure right now is a very appropriate and very reminiscent of actually the East Lake movement, who was a British architect during the late Victorian period. The proposal that's before you is and muted is a little bit better. However, I share HSAG's comments, and they said that the existing muted color is more appropriate for a building in this period, and perhaps the doors, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Two different things going on, sorry. Sorry, here it is. They said the white clapboards are not appropriate for a Victorian house, and I would agree with that, and that the sash would be better in a lighter color to maintain the clarity of the muttons. With that proposed black as the sash, while that is more of a contemporary color, I don't feel it's appropriate for this Victorian. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, at this point, we take up abutters and public comment, but there are no abutter or public comments unless there's somebody on the screen. No? Okay. Matt, you'd have your chance to rebut or compliment them for their comments.
I'll just briefly point out that I think that, one of the hallmarks of structure of this age is contrasting colors, and there is a certain level of vibrancy. And so we're trying to follow suit with that. So the current combination, in my opinion, doesn't, I think, give enough credence to like a lot of the architectural details. So also understanding that it is 2022. And so I think that this is an appropriate solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners get an opportunity to deliberate on the merits. Who'd like to start?
I can go.
Yeah, please.
Those, so the new two proposed darker colors, first I want to know what other people think, but to me, the lighter one looks a little purple and the darker one looks navy blue. So I actually.
No, actually, Abby, I want to thank you for your enthusiasm, but I think we established the board and you're not on this one.
I guess I really
Sorry.
wanted to be on it.
Sorry.
I really,
Oh, no.
really wanted to say something, and now I've destroyed the purity.
No, it's okay. It's my
I must have
fault.
stepped out of the
I'm
room.
so engrossed with following our new procedures that I didn't catch our earlier comment. So,
I'll go.
Diane, please.
Looking at the pictures, Matt, I think that I don't know. I like the Hamilton blue. I think the more color we can bring to a Victorian house is more suitable. I don't know whether I like the black next to it. Is there any way that we could have, what's going to be painted in the black, the sash or the
Sash.
could we use those colors, the Hamilton blue, the gray, and the off-white,
And the other gray?
and the other gray? Not the, whatever the,
No,
It's behind the Hamilton blue.
right.
yeah.
Probably more blue, I could probably make this a gray, a darker gray, but not as light.
Not as light as that.
So blue and that would go with
When we did that other Victorian house on Fair Street so long ago, you know, the one with
the light.
all the things, and she wanted it painted white all over. And we finally got at least some in. And then there is a house out in Sconset on one of the little side streets that has, what's his name, houses on. There was a Victorian down there that was painted. It was green and all sorts of colors.
Yeah.
And I like to see the blue because I think that's a good color for it. And I would go with the other things to do it. I think that the dark should be a little lighter or not black. I don't know what, you could make it a dark gray or whatever, or darken the Hamilton blue to a little darker color.
I'd probably pick something that's halfway between
Yeah.
here and here.
Yeah, I would go with those colors.
Any other comments, Dan?
No, I think that's what,
Okay.
he knows what I,
Val?
I think the second scheme is better, but definitely not black. Black is just not Nantucket. I think it's gonna have to be, like Matt said, a combo, a dark gray or something, but with the blue and the muted white.
Just for clarification, so the group that's there or no?
with
Minus the black?
Minus the black.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
he said he could darken the light and lighten the dark.
Mhm. Jesse?
So I'm just looking at these and, I mean, honestly, the colors to me are so subtle that I'm not really concerned between the two hues. But I'm just looking at this, you're asking for something a little bit lighter. Isn't this one a little bit lighter? I mean, not much, but it would be basically part of the first application, that Hamilton blue and this charcoal gray, for lack of a better, as a pair with the other pair. Would that be
They
something?
look both black to me, the
Yeah.
same color.
They're different, but I think they're they're almost identical,
It's got
so.
more
There's, that one's, I would call
gray in it than.
But,
Okay.
yeah.
Sure.
That, they're complementary colors or contrasting colors. The Hamilton blue and this one, that's why they were chosen in the first place together. And it is a little bit lighter, so I was just suggesting that as an option, but
Okay. Thank you, Jess. Connie?
The clapboards are the gray?
White, the
white.
cream color.
And the doors are
The
blue?
doors are the blue.
Yeah, I think I agree that if that, instead of the black, maybe something in between would be much better also.
I think so too. That'd be a good color combination.
Okay, so I'm not going to, other comment, other than if we've established that this color palette is acceptable and it's just a matter of addressing the sash, then I'd like to get a motion, please.
Make the motion to approve number 2 over here with the Hamilton blue and the dark made lighter.
By a smudge or a double smudge?
A double smudge.
Okay,
I'll bring in a sample
yeah,
for the staff.
through staff. Diane, that's appropriate for you, is through staff?
Yep, that's fine.
They'll bring it in to take a look?
Right.
Okay. On the motion, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, carries unanimously. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Do we have George Wing with us?
No, Mr. Vice Chair, but we do have Andrew.
Okay, so let's see, Two Creek Lane. So why don't we pull that up? Andrew, are you with us?
It's a great house.
Andrew? Is he muted? Holly?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go on to old business 10-4, and the chair is yours, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, actually, do we have Linda? Linda on?
I know, it's a pain.
Okay, so we're holding her too.
I'm on the way. I'm coming down the road. I just had to get
All
my
right, so you
printer
want
to
us to
print something.
hold till you get here, huh?
Yeah, it'll be about 5 minutes. So
Okay,
just keep going.
we shall. All right, now we're on to new business. And by the way, let's just monitor those two views and see whether either one of those gentlemen appear. All right, first up on new business is 103 Orange. Do we have anybody to rep that?
They generally don't.
They generally don't. So I will ask my usual question in cases like this. Is this not straight, or I should ask if both of them, 103 Orange and 98 Main, are these such that they're not like within the approvable color palette?
They're both in the approvable color.
They are. So how do we all feel about moving forward with a review without the applicant present?
I have no
Fine.
concerns.
No concerns?
Sorry, what is are they architectural
They're
shingles?
probably going to be architectural.
I'd like to know the color because one of them
Oh,
I'm
you'll know the
suspect
color.
of.
But so let's go through this then. So we will review 103 Orange Street roof replacement. Can we just briefly, we must have information. Go up on the board.
Mr. Chair, I can.
Yes, and
So 103, Orange Street is a circa 1850 typical Nantucket. It's a 2.5-story, 3-bay, center ridge chimney, half house. They're requesting to go from three tab to architectural Moray black, obviously a color that you all allow within the OHG. However, I would be remiss if I didn't say historically built with wood roof. Moray black is an approvable color in the OHG, however.
Wait, what
could you
was?
say, the last part again?
I said historically it would be built with a wood roof.
Yes.
But Moray black is an approvable color. I did, I think, I know we keep on getting these before you all, and understanding that basically the 3 tab is kind of phasing out. People are wanting to go to architectural. They do last longer. And of course, I understand that. I did reach out on the listserv of other commissions around the Commonwealth and asked about this 3 tab architectural debate, if any other community has, and Salem as well.
Oh, yes.
And Salem, and I want to send this to you all so you can review it at your leisure. But Salem said that the 3 tab versus architectural roof shingles has been a long and contentious debate here in Salem. After denying architectural shingles for many years, the commission is now approving them due to the fact that the industry is phasing out the 3 tab, and architectural shingles are better able to withstand increasing storm intensity, rightfully so. That said, Salem has established a policy that they will only approve architectural designer shingles with a straight cut, low profile, not 3D appearance and solid color.
Oh, yeah.
So I did
Right.
want to bring that to the commission's attention, and they did provide a copy of their guidelines. So just something to
Okay,
think about.
That's great.
I think that's, if I may, quick comment. I think that's consistent with what our determination was. We didn't stipulate specifically a straight cut versus an angle, but we went through the relatively lengthy process of reviewing all of gathering, reviewing all those shingles, and the other 3D effect that we decided wasn't appropriate was the shadow line underneath a portion of the middle of the shingle. So my feeling is that if it's a color appropriate, if it's approvable in the historic district, the respective historic district, and it is color compatible with the trim and or the clapboard, if the case may be, that it should be, it can be converted over.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Anybody else? Who's next?
I would say that's good if we could use the low one that doesn't have the edges and doesn't stand up so much. The low impact one is what she said, Salem said.
I think that's the only one we approved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they're talking about the ones that have like a diagonal cut to make them look like a cedar shake.
Yeah,
And I don't think there's any of those on our list, honestly.
As simple as possible
Yeah.
would be good.
Okay, thank you. Val, anything?
No, I agree.
Abby?
Nope.
All right. I think we can do it.
I'd make a motion to approve with architectural, simple, 3-tab, 3-tab.
So in other words, as,
Moray.
well, actually,
Moray black.
not 3-tab. It's architectural shingles.
Architectural.
Yeah, as requested. So we're approving it as submitted. Thank you, Diane. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and now we have something very similar at 98 Main. What do you have to say about that, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1836 Greek Revival 5-bay, has a recessed doorway and decorative balustrade, built by Benjamin F. Coffin. He was also the son of Jared Coffin, and the son-in-law of Matthew Crosby, the big whale oil merchant. 3-tabbed architectural shingles, also Moray black. And this is my comment on it. Due to the balustrade along the facade, the roof won't be seen. However, it will be on the gable L of the rear and Pleasant Street side. Again, it is a approvable color within the OHD.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Comments?
I concur with the application. I do have a question, though. Do we need people to put the brand they're using or no? Because Moray Black is only for one brand, is that true? Okay.
But if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
But the application does indicate manufacturer. There is a space for that, I believe, including for roof. So they should include it just as a matter of completeness to avoid
More than
hijinks or problems. down the road.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
on your approvable list, you pretty much have gone through, Certainteed, ICO, and the newest one, and I can't remember the top of my head, but there's 3 companies that you all have
GAF.
okayed. Yes, GAF, thank you.
Yeah, no, all I'm suggesting is have them put it on the application.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
There we go. Stevens made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
2 Creek Lane, Andrew is here. for that.
Okay, so I'm going to turn it back to you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, you're muted. Let's give it a try.
Yes, hi.
Excellent. You got 2
Okay,
minutes.
we'll give it a
Give us
try.
You got 2 minutes. Give us your changes.
Yeah, well, I haven't done any changes yet. There was a view, and there's going to be comment from the commission on whether and where we might need buffering.
Gotcha. Thanks for the clarification. So with that, we have, I'll establish our board, or established board is myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Connie. No alternates, no recusals.
Okay.
Who would like to come? Who viewed it?
I did.
Okay, so I think the most prepared person should speak.
I don't have a concern, having gone out there again. I don't believe we're gonna see it. And with our caveat, if there was the slightest possibility, that will cover us.
Okay. Did anyone else view it? Abby, your thoughts?
I'm not in favor of it,
Not in favor. Okay.
because of where it is and streetscape and that sort of thing.
Okay, fair enough. Diane?
So if you can't see it, it wouldn't be my favorite, but with the caveat, it should not be visible.
Okay. Connie?
I did look at it and, yeah, I don't have any real concern.
Okay, fair enough. How about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
One nay.
One nay.
Caveat.
Well, with the caveat, it generally goes, it's on, doesn't that go in? Should
No.
I say that?
Yeah.
Add the caveat, please.
I think that was your clear intention.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus. Well, I think I said it, but I didn't say it in the motion.
Yeah. I thought you said it in the pre-motion.
Right.
Okay, fair enough. 38 Union? George Wing, speak now or we'll try and get back to you later. Oh, there's a chat.
What do you think?
No, that was Andrew. Okay, we're going to jump back up to 85 Low Beach. It's yours,
All right.
Mr. Chair.
85 Low Beach. Do we have somebody to rep that?
Hi, yes, Elizabeth Dunn Marcoullier here. How is everybody tonight?
Very good, thank you.
Excellent.
Okay. You have the regular board. You're looking for a main house and a new garage.
That's right.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks. Okay, we have our drawings out. Would you like to give us an overview of the project, please?
Yeah, of course. Thank you all for hearing us this evening. You've already approved demolition of both of these structures, and we'll start with the main house. The main house is currently situated on the back of the site. This property is on Low Beach Road, which is past the Coast Guard station. It's approximately 500 feet or so back from where the road is right now. It's been family owned now for about 23, 24 years, and they're now ready to make some changes, and it's staying in the family. The goals of the renovation are the following. They want to rotate the house to take better advantage of the water views. It's currently sort of rotated slightly away from the water. They want to add some additional second floor space. As you can see on the bottom left of this page that's currently up on the screen, there's a bit of a second floor, but it's not currently over the existing family room space. They want the front to be a little bit more symmetrical and formal. And they would very much like to incorporate, they have some fantastic trees, which you're just getting a hint of here in some of these existing photos, but they very much want to incorporate, landscape and trees into the project. And then of course, make the project as light and bright as possible. To accomplish this, we've kept the house at the back of the site. We've rotated the mass towards the water some, which you can see on the site plan. We've added a second floor above the entire structure, and sort of made the back wing not as long to help accomplish that. We have stepped back. We sort of have a front formal main mass, and then we've started stepping back on the side, and then again in the very back in this wing that you see on number 2, the north here. And so we've continued to reduce in scale. We have added, we'd like to add a trellis that connects the back, into the back of the house to keep as much greener as possible. And then also potentially add a trellis to connect to the garage mass so they feel connected but are not necessarily physically connected. We'll keep as many of the trees as possible, all of the major big evergreens and the decorative trees in the back. And I know that we'll have to do a separate landscape plan, but we are planning to add a front patio as well as planted gardens in the front. And then we're trying to keep everything feeling as intimate as possible in the back. To access from the second floor, we'll add some integrated porches. And then also just I'm trying to keep my time tight here. Fenestration wise, we tried to be very purposeful with our fenestration. They of course would like to have, some larger areas of glass that will sort of open and allow that indoor-outdoor living that they're seeking, but also balancing that with smaller punched openings and more shingle around so that it doesn't feel like it's too glassy. We're suggesting 2-over-2 windows and with 6 light door leaves, larger lift and slides front and back, and then just double hungs and or a pair of 6 light doors sort of marching around. Material wise, we'd like to use cedar shingles on the walls, the roof, and then natural trim, and then either gray painted sashes, or their preference would be sort of that bronzy green, darker color that Nantucket allows, if possible.
Yeah.
Green windows.
Right. Sorry, but did we hear you say gray for the sash, or did you say that you preferred dark green?
They would prefer to go with that sort of bronzy dark green that you guys allow, if possible. If not, gray on the sash.
Okay. What's your application for? Gray, right?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
All right. And all natural trim, rakes, eaves.
Correct. Yep. Yep. Correct.
Casings, corner boards.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, gives us a good overview. Is this, it's outside of, right?
This is outside, Mr. Chair, so we didn't
No sconces.
review,
No,
No.
it's like way south of that, yeah.
I would go.
I would
Okay,
too.
well, Diane beat you to it, but you'll
That's
be
right.
second.
Have
Okay,
Val go first.
okay, Val?
She's up that in.
Okay. I think the massing is fine, given the structure that's coming down and that it's set so far back on the lot. I do not think at least the, hold on, east elevation, which is the most visible. I think there is no entry to this house. You don't see a door that says I'm the front door of the house. Instead, we have on the east and the west these nano doors that will be open most of the time, so it'd be like a opening through the house. So at least on the north, I'd like to see some mitigation to those doors and some sort of something that says I'm an entry. Or
Did
the front
you
of,
mean north or did you mean east?
East is
I
the
mean
entry.
east facing the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got the nano doors on the first floor, as does the west.
Correct.
I do have concerns about the glass tower on the south and the north, given a more recent application that we weren't gonna see either. So if I was going to vote on this today, I would say I'd like that omitted. And when it's framed up, to come back, and if we can see it or we can't see it, that will be the telltale sign. But other than that, I think it's fine.
Good point. Thank you, Val. Diane, ready?
Yes, I am.
Mhm.
I think that the 5 windows on the east elevation above what might be considered the front door are inappropriate. Your eye goes to there and it is too much. I think,
Diane,
yes,
I'm gonna clarify. That's the 5 sets of ganged windows on the second floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thanks.
the other thing is on the north elevation, the
Hey, Linda,
2 windows
Right.
that are on the second floor and the first floor are on the left-hand side, and the windows next to them, as Val brought up, we have dealing with something as big as this is going to be seen. Just because it's beyond where a lot of people go doesn't mean it isn't going to be seen, and every elevation has got weird windows in it. This one, which is the south elevation, and this has got to be that's the first floor, but that's east
Or west.
or west. But the windows have got to be changed. The mulled windows in all the places, the south elevation, right-hand side. You've got mulled in the middle and then emptiness all the way. They should be either 3 windows stretched out or something. They should fill that floor. The same with the west elevation. I don't know, the windows are just poorly, I feel that they are poorly done. They're all mold. They're all mold or the hues, one or the other. And I think it's inappropriate. This is down at the end of the beach. It should fit in, tuck into the beach, not be lit up. And on this elevation, which is the east elevation, again, the front, on both those gables, they are mulled and crammed in underneath one window. They should be stretched out and made to fit the gable, not into the middle. So I have a problem with a lot of the windows. And what is a clad DH window?
Double hung.
Clad meaning what?
Clad is, well, I think these are probably Anderson windows because they're requesting gray or green. So they have a coating on them.
Okay, and what about, and then the front door is a clad wood exterior?
Well, is there a front door?
Well, that's sort of a.
Okay, well, it's more of a French door, and my guess is that that is clad as
That's-
well. Yeah, I would be surprised if it weren't.
Well, I don't know. The windows, to get them dark greens, can't they just be painted and be wood rather than being clad, meaning vinyl of some sort?
They could be, but so Anderson windows are always, whenever we approve an Anderson window,
Yeah,
we're approving a clad window.
okay.
I don't think they make a wood window.
They do wood grade.
They do? That you paint? There's no coating on it? Val Oliver?
Oh, I don't know if
Yeah.
the coating is
Oh,
on there
okay.
or not, but.
anyway, usually they're clad. Is that it, Diane?
Yeah, that's,
Oh. Okay. Thank you. Abby?
Yeah, I think that it has no additive massing. I think the existing building does. I mean, it had like that large one story. This one appears to me as a box. And it has no front door. And the north and south elevations with the supersized windows are going to light up like a beam out there in the moors. And those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think it's actually looking at the existing versus the proposed a net benefit. The windows of the existing are chaotic, and not just size, but also their configuration and the number of lights, deviations there. I agree with Val on the north-south window walls. And I think it's likely one of them will not be visible, but the north, what's labeled as north would be from Low Beach. I say that understanding that, windows are not as simple as, ordering them and they show up in a week or a month or 3 months, and sometimes not even 5. So I get that, but I think that this is significant enough deviation from what's typically out there that it's warranted. The other thing I will say is I'd like to have the cardinal points addressed on the site plan and the elevations. The north to my of the proposed is actually the east, unless you put in a deviation cardinal point indicator to show the offset. So what's currently shown is as the north is, am I to take it that the dotted, through you, Mr. Chair, to the applicant's agent, am I to take it that the dotted line is the existing or the proposed of the footprint?
Sorry, Steve, you're on the site plan?
Yeah,
Yeah, the dotted line is the existing, and then we're rotating towards the water.
Okay, so thank you. So if I'm reading it, then the drawings labeled, elevations labeled north and south would instead be east and west.
That's right. Sorry if I may, for consistency's sake, we left everything just labeled as east, but really the east is now more facing south than it was.
Yeah, so that,
Once it was rotated, we wanted it to be consistent with the existing labeled elevations. And maybe that was the wrong play.
yeah, I think, we're going with what's proposed. It's not a big deal, but I just think it's a minor thing. The
Sure.
window wall is my primary concern. I do note, I don't disagree with Commissioner Oliver about the front door, but I do note that the existing structure does not have a front door configuration. It's a double set of one light French doors. So that's not to say that that's not to suggest that it is not appropriate to have them changed. So you do have a sense of entry. I think that is an appropriate approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thanks. A lot of what's been said resonated with me. The window wall in the wing, no sense of entry on the front, also known as the east, also known as the south. And I would like to have that changed to south because it really does face almost due south. The ganged windows that Diane referred to, particularly on the south elevation, also known as the front. Those are the things that I think are my biggest concerns. Should we move for some revisions?
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds very good. Thank you, Diane. All those in favor of Diane's motion to hold for revision, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, now we'll take a quick look at the, and also I just wanted to note for the record, your vertical dimension lines to the ridge are taken from the finished floor as opposed to the grade. What's more important to us is not where the finished floor is, it's where the grade is. So I think your 26.8 is actually really more like 27.8 in terms of the height. So that's that. Okay.
We'll address that on our next submission. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we're looking at the drawings. Do you have anything you'd like to tell us about this?
Sure. So here, again, this garage was built, I believe, in 2001 or so, after the clients had purchased the property. They'd like to take this down and to make it look a little bit more in keeping with the new architecture of the main house. The general functions are the same. The page you currently have open are the existing elevations. And we will keep the front two doors, if we can just scroll down to the proposed elevations. There we go. So in the bottom right, that'll be the side facing the street/water with the two garage doors, the integrated, an integrated porch off the front. Yeah, there we go. Integrated porch off the front with access to that. And then if we're sort of moving along, if we're going left, we would have that proposed trellis that connects the main house to the garage here for planting with a couple windows up above. And that's at your top right. And then continuing along the back, and that, and just to address one thing, that trellis does sort of center over what will be the front door to the main house and door to this garage. And then so moving along to the back, which is your top right, we have an outdoor shower, and then an outdoor shower, and then just a gable there with a couple windows. And then moving again around to the drive, sort of side driveway side. It's the side. We'd have the egress set of stairs down, and then trash accessible under the stairs, sort of snuck underneath there. And so a door and a couple windows there. And again, same materiality, window types, colors, et cetera, for this structure as well.
Thank you. Okay, so there's no Holly on this one, so I'll go straight to the board.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think what's lacking in this, sort of broadly speaking, is a sort of a Sconset vernacular. I know this is on Low Beach, but this has a very boxy, high profile to it that I don't think is very Sconset-y. And a double two-door garage. I mean, I know it's back from the road, but I'm thinking, it's a nice design, but we are in Sconset here, and it doesn't resemble Sconset to me at all. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I actually think this is a nice garage building. I wasn't sure what the colors were, so I looked on the application and everything is gray and natural to weather. Two concerns. One is, what is the railing for the stair? Is it metal or like cable?
Can you answer that question for us?
Of course, we would just want that to be natural wood, just kind
Okay.
of running down.
Very
Oh,
good. Thank you.
Okay, that's great. And then the garage doors, since they do face the road, what are those gonna have? Or what are those gonna be?
Right now, those are natural cedar, and we would want them to be the same thing, so they just would sort of blend as much away as possible.
Okay,
Vertical board?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
okay, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks.
So-
Who's next? Okay, Diane, go.
My particular question is, why are we having a staircase when you have a two-car garage down below? The staircase can't be inside the garage rather than outside the garage?
There,
I'd rather not see a garage with a staircase.
sorry, just to
Avoided.
respond, if I may, there is a staircase on the inside to get up with a little vestibule on the inside. And then this is the egress set of stairs, the second set of stairs to leave this dwelling to get out. And so we tried to sneak it around on the side of the property so you wouldn't see it. Right now, there is a set of stairs on the existing garage, and it's directly adjacent to the house, but there is a second set of egress as well as an interior stair now.
Well, no, it's just that it has a staircase on either side. It's not particularly simple. I think, again, you've got a problem with the mulled windows in the gable. It could be separated on the, what is it, the south elevation. And what is the height of this building? I don't see any height.
26 feet.
How much?
26.
26.3.
Not 26.3, yeah.
Is that from, like you said,
That one's from grade. Yeah,
I
so-
had the feeling that they were supposed to be 24, so 2 feet over is certainly not coming in with the size we requested or is requested. So that's what I would like to see, the east, south elevation, the why we have to have two sets of steps, and to bring the garage down 2 feet.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Sure. I think some of the details, at least in the 2D drawings, are atypical. A primary concern, to the extent it's visible, is the railing on the garage north and the atypical way that the gable, second-story gable, protrudes through the first floor hip roof. It's basically a flush dormer that's a gable on a subsidiary mass below it. It's not unattractive. Well, I'm not speaking on the attractiveness. It's not typical. So that's a concern.
That it?
Thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I share that concern. My two bigger concerns are the height. I think that you could get a foot out of the ridge height of this. Generally, we're trying to keep a garage guest house to 24 max. I think this is set back, so we can be a little lenient on that goal of 24 feet. The second is the ganged windows. It's the same thing that we saw over at the main house, which I noted and Diane noted, particularly on the front. Those are my two main concerns. Again, should we motion for
Make a
some?
motion to hold for revisions.
There we go. Diane's made a motion to hold for revisions. All those in favor of Diane's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can we go back to Linda now that she's here?
we can go back to Linda. I think she's muted right now. This is the way we like Linda, right up there with the red slash through the mic. I'm just kidding. You know, I'm just kidding. Okay. Okay. This is old business of October 4th, and it's my two applications at Milk Street. Myself, Diane. What? Oh, okay, thank you. Myself, Diane, Abby, Val, Stephen. There we go. Pool house studio. Oh yes, the grading issue.
There we go. Thank you.
Steve's on it. Yeah, I'm on it. Hey, I think maybe it is. Yes, it is. It is. Thank you.
I was there today.
I'm actually seeing a proliferation of these like rather large job signs, the metal ones.
I thought they weren't supposed to use them.
Well, a
Well, yeah,
long
that
time
was
ago, we
weird.
had rules that said it was basically the size of a quarter board, which that's not. There's
Yeah.
also one on Nantucket Road, big. Okay.
Sounds like a job for.
Yep.
Now it's a job for Billy.
Oh,
He's catching them all.
Okay, Linda.
We were here last week, and there was some confusion, even though it was on the site plan of the grading. And I believe Scott Disick from Woodmeister is on Zoom, and he's going to talk about the grading. I've had enough of that.
Well, that's good because this basically says exactly what my concern, or it indicates exactly what my concern was.
Well, I'd take a look at the pictures before you roll down there, because the picture shows that this thing, you could throw yourself off the cliff down the back. The pictures are probably better because you can't go on the property,
So,
but we went on the property and took the
Linda,
pictures.
what are you here to represent?
We're here, we removed, I'm just gonna go down the list. We removed the east retaining wall some time ago. He did not show the granite steps dug into the grade to get down to the back, because there's quite a grade, there's at least a 10-foot drop into the back. So we removed that. We're going to address the grading issues left to right or east to west. We reduced the building footprint again by another foot on the east side, total reduction 2 feet on each side. We reduced the building mass by 1 feet on the north side, total reduction 2 feet on the north. We reduced the ridge height by an additional 6 to almost 7 inches. Total height reduction, a foot and a little less than a foot and a half. Removed the front dormer, which everybody hated. We adjusted the scale of the penetration because the front windows were too large. And we measured it. Bracken's plan, Steve, Bracken's plan shows that this structure is 209 feet before you ever hit the front of the building, and that doesn't include the 10 feet from Milk Street itself, the layout of Milk Street. So it's 209 feet from the front property line. Since the existing structure, now the guest house, has moved to the front and moved to the right, as you can see from the pictures I just handed out, you can't really see anything back there. If you move a little bit further west and look back on it, remember, there is another dwelling blocking the entire back of the lot. That's going right where the visibility is from the left side, looking at it from Milk
You
Street.
mean the neighbor in the back?
No, the new building. the new
Oh,
primary
okay.
dwelling. Covers that entire left side. So between the lack of visibility on the right side, the lack of visibility on the left side, the fact that it's 209 feet back from the front road, we got rid of the offending front dormer, which nobody really liked. And so there is no visibility of this structure. And the pictures in my grouping are from taking at the top of the hill and looking backwards, looking to the east, looking to the west, and you can't see the backyard at all once it goes over the hill. I did have pictures in from an earlier incarnation of this structure from Wind Street, from Saratoga, from Vestal, with the poles up, and you can't see the poles at all, and all the leaves are off the bushes and trees when I took that. I also, in my package of photographs, went across to my family, which you can see in that picture up on the screen. The 5 that are in a row is my family. I went over there on that side and took pictures going back on the roadside. Those are pictures standing up on the hillside. To the left of the structure up there is going to be the primary dwelling. This isn't visible, period. So I'm not sure exactly what else to say, but we got rid of the offending retaining wall, and we got rid of the offending front dormer and the 2 large flanking windows of the pool house, and the fenestration on the pool house is actually rather consistent with other pool houses that have been approved. There's also a gym and a studio in there, and I think his office is going in there. That's at the bottom. The one up on the screen right now is standing at the bottom of the hill. So I suggest you turn around and look at that one. We didn't create that divot. That divot was there. We're just trying to massage the dirt back there so we can get up and down the hill. We had to actually create a ramp to get down to it of dirt on the left side. So it may have some anomalies like the 2-story in the rear, and that's not visible. So I'm not sure where else you want me to go, but if you want Scott to talk about the grading, since that was what we spent most of the time talking about, I think Scott would like to elaborate on the grading.
Yeah, I think, because the grading obviously does play into the design of this building.
Yep.
Rather dramatically.
But we're not filling the whole
Scott?
back of the lot with, we're not going to create some sort of an odd level in the back. We're going to work with existing downgrade from there. Scott?
Scott?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight, and appreciate you hearing us.
So the one thing that I certainly missed last time around, and this idea of the retainage that was proposed that was running along the eastern property line, assumed that the neighbor's property at 45 Milk Street, the neighbor to the east, was under separate ownership. But if you're you're clearly filling their property every bit as much as you're filling your own property. Is that do you own that property as well?
That's been discussed between ownership of both properties, and the 45 Milk owner has agreed to allow us to grade across their property.
Gotcha. Okay. So it does dispense with the retaining wall.
Yep.
So yeah, the amount of fill is tremendous, and I guess I have a personal concern for this because I'm afraid that amount of fill is going to sink the island. I'm going to lose my house.
And it's only on the
So-
east side, by the way, not the west side. We're at level, almost
Yeah,
level
no,
with the west.
And I do see and appreciate the fact that there is somewhat of a kettle hole going on there. But it's just, you have to understand that this massive amount of fill is not something that we encounter, thankfully, on every application. So I have a better understanding of what you're doing. And it is, as seen from Milk Street, the pool house has become diminutive because you're building it into the grade. But okay, all that was by way of clarification. So I'll let the other board members speak. Actually, I'm gonna let Holly speak first.
I actually don't have any
That's
further
right.
comments.
That's right, because
that I-
we're just outside of OHD. Thank you, Holly.
Don't you-
Okay, those of you sitting on the application, I'd love to hear your comments on this.
I thought when there was remarks of
I can't hear.
milk. No?
It is outside of the OHD, that's.
It is.
oh,
I just thought that there was, I read something, I don't know where, it was so long ago.
I think for some reason it's on the other side of the street, but not here.
Mr. Chair, if I can just address that, the HSAG group did provide comments, and the applicant,
Yeah,
So
yeah,
that
well,
was-
yes.
you
we're
spare me that.
Yeah, so, yeah.
And they haven't seen it for a while.
Gotcha. Okay,
Give it a
board,
shot.
yeah, thanks, Val,
Okay.
thank you.
I do appreciate that what's facing Milk Street is diminutive. I do have grave reservations about this structure. I'm just flashing back to Duke's Road.
Hmm.
It would be nice if, this is just a suggestion, the pool and the first level of the pool house didn't have to be on the same level as the house. Like if you could step down a few steps, you know, it looks like the road is, or the main house, top of foundation is 46 and this is at 44. It would be nice if there was some tiering going on to sort of mitigate that rear portion of it and some of the fill. But I know that's probably an act of futility on my part as a request.
Well, the observation that you just made and the request that you just made are certainly possible.
Okay.
Yeah, physically possible to do, yes.
So really, again, my concern, the building seems okay. It's the general layout.
Okay, thank you. Val Oliver. Who's next?
I can go.
All right, Abby, your turn.
So I've just felt from the beginning that the building out of this property is out of scale, and the manipulation of the land in order to build on the site is inappropriate. And I mean, I was fine moving the main building to Milk Street and another building, but building what is next door to look like that, that streetscape is not Milk Street. So those are my thoughts.
I'll go,
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane, your turn.
because I agree with what Abby has said, that this is too many buildings in that whole stretch. And I'd like to see what they plan to try and bring that land back to use, and before we approve of what they do, because that is some serious amount of filled to come and bring in and to use it in a proper way. So I don't know, I think sometimes you get too many buildings on one strip, and this is very busy right there. And so I'd like to see further hardscaping or vegetation or whatever that they plan and how they plan to do it.
That is on the site plan, which is next, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman. Again,
Thanks.
I've
Thank you,
not
Linda.
opened it.
Okay. Was that it, Diane?
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Stephen.
It's a lot of fill. It does appear to be, one particular area. I do think the concept of tiering is an important one, and tiering with an I to prevent tiering with an A. When we look at this later. Yeah, I think some tiering is in order.
From where to where?
I think to the extent, it would be great if it had started at the proposed house and went, back. Each one came down successively, but I think from the house to the pool at minimum, and that allows you to step down the pool and the pool house a few steps. It's a couple feet, a few 8-inch steps, And that, I think, would do it for me.
Does visibility have anything to do with this or lack thereof?
Linda, I apologize. I'm concerned about the overall concept of, for lack of a better term, terraforming. And this is such, if this was a couple of feet and we were at the same elevations, I think I would feel differently. But it's really changing the nature of the adjoining lot. And that's going to be visible. And then anything that's put on top of it is going to be visible.
The only thing we're grading from them is in the back towards the pool
we
pool
get
house.
that.
We're not grading up front with their other buildings at all.
We understand that.
I do have pictures of that side.
No, and I did go by and look at it. I think it's legitimately concerned to want to step that pool down and the building be beyond it a little bit. We had some other concerns about the height and that other structure. We had questions of visibility. I think you addressed those on that rear structure, but I still think this is relevant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Could I ask questions with regard to the tiering or maybe comment?
Well, you haven't heard my comment.
Sure.
Because I'm going to basically underscore what Stephen just said and what Val just said. The tiering is to my mind, is a relatively simple solution to the issue. That issue being you're getting an approval. My recommendation would be, right now you've got the 45 contour running between the house and the pool. If you were able to drag one or two more contours over, it would decrease or actually eliminate the need for the retaining wall on the west side. It would mean less fill, and it would just be sort of respect the existing grade a little bit more. So those are my thoughts, but you're welcome to comment on what's been said.
I think what he's going to want you to look at on your plans is the Bracken plan, which shows the cut through the whole lot. Because I think that'll show how minimal the grade change is at the top of that lot.
Well, we understand it's minimal at the top.
The next,
but then
yeah,
we-
that
we-
page, the
we
next
see that
page.
it's very, very dramatic at the back.
At the
side.
back, yes.
Was that where you wanted to go, Scott?
It was more so the concern of tiering. The mention of a couple of feet was suggested, and we've already tiered a few feet. It seems as though it's being suggested that we tier a few more feet. Is that correct?
Say that again? Sorry.
So our finished floor for the main house is at 46,
Yeah.
and our pool patio and pool house studio elevation is at 44. So we've already tiered 2 feet down. And now we're suggesting an additional 2 feet?
No, well, I'm looking, Stephen brought up the practical issue of where you would actually tier, given the fact that the pool and the patio all want to be at one level. So your opportunity for tiering really occurs between the house, the main house, and the southern edge of the pool. Now, the most tiering that you're going to be able to get there is probably another foot or 2 feet at the most, but it'll be less fill than what you're proposing right now.
Well, he's going from 46 in the house and down to 44 in the pool
No,
right now. You want to go further than 44?
Yeah, 42.
I understand that.
Patio, 42, top of floor of the pool house, 42.
So the pool house can be in the same level as the pool. We
Yeah.
can't keep cutting off the top of that bluff in the back.
No, I understand that. I think
The
it,
pool house is going to be the same level as the pool.
42 at the pool and 42 at the pool.
Yeah,
house, top
yeah,
of the pool.
Okay.
well, that's right.
And
Well,
No, I'm
we're
just telling her what
we're
we're
doing a
gonna
let's
accept.
make a deal kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
it does
the
concern
whole
us.
project is on hold because of that foundation. Because we have to do the pool house before we do anything else because we can't get to it.
Totally get it. Totally understand. So, listen, I'm putting you on the spot, but can you do 2 feet for us? Because I believe that you'll have a majority vote if you were able to tier it 2 feet.
Bracken can do anything.
Well, listen, I know this can be done. It's whether they're willing to do it.
They'll have to step down off the level of the house, obviously.
Stephen's new rules of order allow you exactly 30 seconds to deliberate.
And you have 3 chances at bat to come in front of us before we issue a denial.
Oh, Doug.
Well, you can't do that legally, but we'll be.
He's
move past
smiling. I
that.
think he just got a positive, word from
Is that all right with you, Scott? Through you,
My
Mr.
only
Chairman?
concern with the 42 is we're getting into some grading concerns, not to the east, but to the west. I think we can get close to 42, but I'm not saying we can get all the way there.
Hey, somebody,
I'd like to make a motion to see these revisions,
Oh,
because
geez.
otherwise,
it's.
you're doing the design and.
The structure is
Linda knows
fine.
the problem.
The structure for me is fine. I should have said that from the outset. The structure is fine, in my opinion.
Can we get down to like 42 and a half? I mean, Bracken's going to have to
42 and a
plot
half
this.
is fine with me. That would get my vote.
Yeah, I'm going to make a motion to lower the patio height to 42 and the pool house height to 42. I'm looking at the west. There's a retaining wall there now, so it's simply adding about 8 feet of retaining wall, and then it addresses on each end, and it addresses the height issue stepping down from the lot to the west.
Well,
Okay.
can we get 42 and a half out of this if we can't get there?
42?
He says
Going once.
42.
Okay.
Twice.
Okay, so I'm going to, well, here we go. So this is
Through staff.
through staff.
Okay.
Stephen's motion is to approve the proposed pool house with the grading changing from 44 at the patio to 42, and the top of the foundation at the pool house from 44 to also to 42.
So the
That
pool
is-
and the patio, the pool, patio, and pool house are all on 42.
Okay, TOF means top of foundation, so
Yeah.
if you have wood on top of that, it means the floor is above the
Yep.
level of the patio. So on Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so I think that was 4. Anyone against?
I'm against.
Okay, so that motion does pass.
And I think you've already seen the.
4 in favor,
pretty
1
much
opposed. Thank
seen
you.
the, if you
Thank you
stay
for
on that
working
one,
with us,
guys.
by the way.
Hold on, Linda, please. I have a question.
Yes.
Can somebody look at that and make sure it is what it is? When the
Bracken-
staff-
Yeah, I'd be
No.
happy to. I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Yes.
You don't have to look at the next one because I put the site plan right on your file, up right on this
You
one.
don't have to look at the next one. Wait, what do you mean, just approve it without looking
No,
at
because
it?
you don't have to open another set of
That's
plans.
what Doug wants us to
You don't
do.
have to open another set of plans. The front sheet is.
Oh, okay, I
put
got
them
you.
all in one
Understood,
thing.
understood. Okay.
But it's
Gonna
the
be
same?
different, though.
Yes.
It's what we, it's the
It's the
same
same
as, it's the
sheet.
same as the other one, yes.
Okay,
I
just
just
checking.
made sure it was all in one place since you wouldn't open the other one last time.
Thank you.
Well,
And I assume the same thing applies here. We have to drop the things down.
obviously.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, okay, so basically, here, sorry. There's the pool is situated between the guest, the cabana that we just approved, and here's the main house, Milk Street here. This, we've just dropped that level down 2 feet from 44 to 42. So the terrace and the pool will be at 42 as opposed to 44. Everybody get it?
The rest is pretty explanatory.
Any discussion on the pool and the hardscape? Come on, kids.
Where is the hardscape?
The hardscape is the terrace around the pool.
But where?
The driveway, obviously, the Belgian block,
Oh,
the
yeah.
Belgian block apron.
Oh, yeah, that's much.
And that small retaining wall on the west side.
Right.
We have very little grade change between us and the west, but just enough to put a small 16 inch
Just
in
a
there.
tiny, tiny bit.
Yeah.
These,
No, that.
this?
Yeah.
Discussion on the pool hardscape?
Looking at it.
Where's the color picture?
You had it on the other one.
I think it might be in here. Let me check.
What are you looking for?
That
the
nice
hardscape.
rendering, the rendered,
Oh,
there it
that's
is.
the
We found it.
on
Got
the
it.
plans that you
Thanks,
just
Stephen.
had. Pretty colors. And the guy to our east has a massive privet hedge, which we're going to augment.
I have no
Guys?
concerns.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Anyone else?
And that's through staff too.
Well, hang on. Val's preoccupied. Val's texting someone.
I'm looking at it on my phone.
Oh, I knew
That's a
you were.
tiny little screen.
Do you have any comments on it?
No, as long as the same
Yeah.
stuff applies.
Oh, yeah, we
then-
would be remiss if we didn't put the
And you will
same.
do, the
Not visible
you
at
will
time of
do the
inspection.
revision?
Yeah, I'll review it to make sure that it's
Okay.
what it's
And
supposed
not
to be.
visible at the time of inspection.
Yeah, that's our usual
Yeah.
proviso for the,
And
the pool.
what about the last bit of that revision?
in perpetuity.
And no grade change from existing or as noted on the original application?
It's on all of the stamps.
We're going to revise the original application to be 42 feet top of pool patio finish
Yes.
versus
Okay.
the proposed 40.
Yeah, on top of foundation.
Okay, so I think we can formulate a motion that runs very similar to what we just did
Doesn't say that Ray's gonna
with the
agree with
pool proviso in it. Somebody?
So moved.
Okay. Stephen has moved to approve this, dropping the pool patio elevation to 42 from its current 44, and with the proviso that the pool will not be visible from any publicly traveled way at the time of inspection and thereafter in perpetuity. On Stephen's motion, all those in favor say
One
aye.
clarification before they vote. Because we've dropped it now 4 feet off the back of the house, there's
Yes.
going to be embedded granite steps to get down to the pool level. Just understand.
Well,
We're not throwing ourselves
Granite
off the
steps
porch.
that none of us are ever going to see because
Okay, I
it's
just
terracing
want to make
down.
sure that they'll show up and you don't have a problem.
I'm okay with it. Okay, so that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so that's 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you
Thanks
very
for
much.
working with us, guys. Okay, so unless we have, we're still looking for Mr. Wing.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Wing is here.
Oh, you are? Okay, so then
Yeah,
I'm going
I'm
to
here.
send it back over to Stephen. He's chairing for you.
Okay,
thank you.
Mr. Wing, why don't
Yes.
you give us an update?
I did, the owner looked at all of your requests and your concerns. And she just said, she'd do anything as long as she can paint her windows white. And she suggested, the blue door, Nantucket gray steps, and leaving, especially the last meeting, there was a comment about the upper deck railings and stuff. That will all be left natural on the back that you can see from the parking lot at the town building there. So somebody mentioned it last time that would be too much white. And so that was going to be left natural. Everything on the side of the house, coming out of the kitchen is going to be left natural. So basically, it's just the door would be the blue that she liked, and the railings and the steps could be the Nantucket gray. She likes that, and then she just requested that she'd go with your recommendations on the little picket fence out front. She would like white, but she said she's up to anything as long as she can get her windows painted.
Mr. Wing, could you just run through those colors once more, just from the top quickly?
Okay, Ismael, I'm kind of doing this on the front seat of the car, but I have she sent a couple of messages.
Mr. Wing,
yes.
Mr. Wing, if I may, I'm just looking for a sash is this, corner boards and other trim, this color, front step, this color, front door, that
There
color.
it is, yeah, yes. Yeah, blue, Folger blue for the front door, the screen, front steps and railings to be Nantucket gray. Because last time we were there, she just wanted everything in white, but I said, that ain't gonna fly. And I showed her your comments and everything. And she said the side deck and the railings to be natural. And the top deck, I said, it had been brought up that would be too much white sitting up there on top of that flat deck. So the top deck railing to remain natural, front picket fence to be white. But if
Okay.
there's no objection, okay, so.
Okay, so,
That's about it.
so basically the trim will be Nantucket gray, the front door will be Folger blue, and the fence will be white.
Yeah, but the trim is going to be white around the windows, the window casing,
The window sash or the casings?
both.
Okay, that's not, I don't see that. Okay, can we look at the images, please?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
neighbor.
So, are you saying that the front of the house is going to be clapboard and painted trim and sash?
Oh,
No, sorry, not
Oh, no.
clapboard, but the side windows are going to, the trim color is going to be natural to weather, but the front is going to be painted?
No, all of the windows all the way around the house will be painted.
So-
Okay, all right, thank you.
So white window sash, Nantucket gray, white window casings or Nantucket gray window casings?
All the casings will be white and the windows will be white, just like
And the
that
trim of the
photograph.
house. So basically,
All the
trim is white,
so they're changing it.
yeah,
Because
we're
right
back to
now
where we
it's
were.
natural to.
So, does everyone understand that basically we're looking for something perhaps different than what's been proposed?
I thought I'm sorry, I misunderstood when he sent the email that it would be changing. The sash would be white, the trim would be gray.
No, not all the
No,
trim.
not the trim.
Front porch, and basically that's it.
Well, that's weird.
Yeah. So I think we need to decide what the color is, folks, and move this along.
What?
Yes,
So let's look
please.
at let's please go to the front elevation.
Do you see that house
There
down
we
the
go.
road?
And, sorry, Mr. Wing, and basically this was originally proposed as all white, now it's proposed with primarily all white, still Folger blue door, and at this point, a Nantucket gray front porch.
Right.
So
Yeah,
what do
and
we
the
feel about,
railing.
and a white
No, I
picket
think,
fence?
why can't it just be all white and the blue front door?
Okay, so Diane's all white, blue front door. Val?
I was liking what I thought was the sash would be white, the trim would be gray, and the door would be blue.
And what about the
And
fence?
since the trim would be gray, that would, in my mind, make the steps railing gray. And if it's tying into a fence like this, that should stay the same color.
Okay, understand.
Yeah.
Abby?
I'm okay with the all white and blue door, because, and the picket fence should be white as well, that can't. What is it, what is the picket fence right now? What's the color?
White.
White, it's what?
Well, no, it's the same color as the railing, that cobblestone or
Oh,
what
yeah,
do we call
no,
it?
you can't have, picket fence one color and the trim.
Right,
another.
yeah.
So that would have to be white.
If you're going
Do
white.
you
Yeah.
have this picture?
Connie?
That's the house
No,
down
there,
the
right
street.
the road, right there.
Ladies.
That's the house right down the road.
Val,
Yeah, that's
don't give me that look. We're trying to move the meeting along, so we're not here forever and a day.
Trying to.
I understand we can all try and help each other, but we're going to be here a lot
But don't
longer.
talk.
Connie, you're up.
I'm in agreement with Val. I thought originally that it was going to be the gray. Go back to, I think it's going to be too much white, which
Okay,
was our original,
concern.
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Connie. I agree with Val and Connie. Can I have a motion, please?
No, I think at the particular place it is on Union Street, since I live, two doors up from it, the white and the blue is what's there, without having color switch back and forth. It's a simple painting on a simple little house. So I would propose white, all white fence and a blue door.
Okay, is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, on Diane's motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye.
I,
Okay. Can we have another motion?
I'll try. I would motion to approve the trim to be a gray color. I apologize, I forgot what gray he was offering.
Nantucket.
Nantucket gray. The door could be blue, Folger blue, and the sash could be white. But the trim around the sash is the gray, like everything else.
And the picket fence.
And the picket fence will be gray as well, yeah.
All in favor of Vale's motion? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Me.
Dan, did you say me? Okay, so that's one opposed. Okay, Mr.
Okay.
Wing, sorry about that, but it's going to be a beautiful paint job, I'm sure,
And that's through staff, correct?
through staff.
Thank you.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thanks. All right, we're back to new business. This time we're at 4 Wood Lily. Is Karen on board?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
this was my fault. She had emailed me last week to hold 4 Wood Lily and 24. She's out of the country.
Oh, that counts as one.
Yeah. Only 2 more strikes.
No.
Okay, so folks, we're holding items 5 and 6 due to the out-of-country excuse. We don't need to take any action, right? We just pass them by. They're on for the next meeting. Okay, and now, Stephen, you're going to need to chair the next 2 because Ray Pohl has to go.
Grab some pizza.
Did you
No, Ray Pohl has to.
Yes, go.
Can you put your thumb up if the pizza's here? Like,
It is.
Oh.
It is?
Should we take a 5-minute break? You know what? On the chair, 5-minute break.
It is.
It's better than. eating
Everybody
it from the
gets to
camera.
eat pizza. It's better when we eat on camera?
No, I'm not sure.
No, that, it gets,
Professional.
I ate too. I'm a growing boy.
Yeah, I might.
Just don't chew on camera.
Yeah, I'm
Or
hungry
loudly.
tonight.
Just don't chew with your mouth open on camera, right?
I just added to that
Oh, perfect,
with
thank
the
you.
perpetuity thing. You signed.
Oh, thank you for that. That would have been a bad miss.
Here is the,
You know what I missed in our rules? Oh,
here.
yeah.
Hey, you
I'll
know
put
what?
it in.
I actually texted you. What the hell was it? Oh, about representing, misrepresenting visibility.
Oh, yeah, we
Somebody
should,
do account for that, you know?
yeah, we should do that.
Like, I don't know how we would do it, but like, if somebody comes in and misrepresents, like, and it becomes a problem,
Yeah.
there should be some accountability there.
Um,
That's the way I think about it.
yes, and I'm just reading the
This is
contract
the other
language.
47 mil.
All right. Did, Karen's out of the country. Mr. Pohl is not.
Well, this got everybody, right?
So I'm gonna. Do we have, 24 Pacamo on the board? Okay. So, well, let's establish the board. I think it's Carrie this time, and then Connie.
If Connie would take it, that would be great, and I can finish my pizza.
Okay. So, welcome to the HCC, Mr. Pohl. Your board is Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself. I just said this. Connie Patton and Carrie Cornwall.
Okay.
Please
Thank you.
begin.
This is Ray Pohl for the record. So while you're all unrolling, this is a house that Lisa and I did out in Pacamo, very far off the road. In fact, so far off the road that they subdivided the property. And now there's a lot in between this house that we did and the road. So I sent Tammy from my office out to take pictures for the, our proposal is to put a roof walk on the house. That's what you're looking at. And the visibility from Pacamo Road, according to my office manager, is nil. That's the drive-in right there, up on the screen. I would go further to say that even if it were visible, it's probably approvable because of the size of the house.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Who would like to comment?
I can go. So it looks a little kind of narrow for the space it's taking up. And I'm wondering if it can't, so I'm over the front door, it looks narrow. Is there a way you could switch it to going the wider way over the front door instead of the narrow?
Abby, through the chair, do you mean in that dimension or the other dimension?
No, on the front.
Can we go to the northeast elevation, please? There you go.
Oh,
I agree with that.
Well, that's
the
actually.
only
that's
reason
the
that it's
back.
shown, the only reason it's shown that wide is because it's a timber frame structure. And that's where the big main timbers are that would hold it up.
So it can't be wider?
It can be. I mean, it's just that we lined it up with the timbers. That's the only rationale.
Okay, because I just think it looks a little narrow for where it's. where
I'm
this-
sure they would appreciate a wider roof wall, honestly.
Or just, turning it 90 degrees so it.
We can certainly make it wider.
Okay, Diane?
Okay, that sounds good on the thing.
Sounds good to you, Carrie?
I totally agree with Abby. I also think this isn't quite a roof walk house. Typical
roof line for a roof walk. But because it is so far back, it is going to be minimally viewable, and I think if it's elongated, it'd be better.
Okay. Connie?
I agree with Abby to make it look longer. I don't have any other objections.
Okay. My only comment is making it longer, which is to say wider, is going to make it taller, or at least appear to be taller by exposing more skirt if you go down the roof. So with that in mind, I would ask for an idea of what dimension you'd like the width to increase by, and also as viewed from the front, which is the northeast, and then as viewed from the southeast, do you want that dimension to proportionally be reduced?
Yes, and to your point, maybe it doesn't have a skirt. If it's going to show much, are you
Yeah,
saying
it
it's going to show a lot of skirt? If it's
Okay, yep, I get you.
wider, then maybe it's just
And
skirtless.
before we go down that route, that path, let me please ask the applicant, is this a room access that the skirt is enclosing?
No.
So it's a
You mean
hatch?
where there's a box underneath the
No.
roof wall? No.
Okay.
It's gonna be it's a big, wide open timber frame cathedral thing, so it would be like a platform. So we could do a scuttle is the long and short. In other words.
And you're not adverse to losing the skirt?
We're not adverse.
Okay, so
It's 10 by 16 now. I was thinking keep that 10 by 16, but just shift it so the 16 is across the front of the house.
That would make, Abby, that would make for a very wide.
it's going to be
Very
really
wide.
tall.
Okay.
Natural to weather, right?
Yeah.
So through the chair, how about we get a motion to increase the width as viewed from the northeast elevation by 4 feet, 2 feet on either
2
side,
feet on either side.
and then reduce the other direction by the same 4 feet,
And no skirt, right?
and no skirt.
So 10 becomes 14 and 16 becomes 12.
Yeah,
Fine.
okay? And someone will need to write that up. Is that your motion, Abby?
I can write it up, and that's my motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
I
Any opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Through staff. Now we're going to move to 46 Easton, a letter of historic determination.
So folks, this is the really cute Auburn cottage that Lisa's been in a number of times with down there in the floodplain. And I honestly don't know, is this for the house or for the little cottage that was just under review?
Mr. Chair, through you, it's for the cuddy,
Oh, it's for the cuddy. Okay.
1947 cuddy that you all reviewed
Okay.
for Resilient Nantucket.
Okay.
And if I may say that I was remiss in putting this on consent, so my apologies.
Remiss in not putting it on consent. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Just to establish the board, it will be Jesse and the regulars. On the motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thanks. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Let's see. Do we have somebody here to represent 14 Jefferson Lane? Roof replacement.
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody from Steger Corp.
Okay,
But I could give you some.
could you,
Yes, sir.
just to move it along?
So 14 Jefferson is a non-contributing, built in 1988. They're requesting 3-tab architectural colonial slate. It's not within the OHD boundaries. It's obviously in the local district. So it's a non-contributing infill dwelling, and I'm okay with the change. We did have HSAG comments. They said architectural shingles are not appropriate for a building of this period. However, it's not a historic structure, so I don't know why they said that. They're too busy and do not reflect simplicity of an old wood shingle roof. Is a colonial slate an approvable color? And it is based on your approval list.
Okay, Holly, thank you.
Picture colonial. It's like a medium gray.
It's got a
Is it-
little bit,
is
of
it
a
very-
little bit of red, tiny bit of red, tiny bit
Is
of
it very,
green, gray,
variegated?
Yeah.
Variegated.
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 subtly.
You do?
It looks, it kind of looks like a grade green slate. Or like 18th century London, if you look at that picture. Yeah, it's got like a.
Any other comments on this?
No, I would motion to approve as submitted.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
That's funny. That's not the best picture in the world.
Well, but
Yeah,
it's an interesting picture. It's making me seasick.
yeah.
Yeah. So did we have a motion?
I did.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table to approve this, shingle color and type. All those in favor, by the way, this is the regular board. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that one passes. Now we're on to 43 Squam Road.
Did we turn the page?
We did. I'm so happy. Hello, Douglas.
Good evening, everyone. So just to give you a little background on what's happening with this property at the moment, you've already approved a gym structure and a sport court that's down near the road.
Yep.
The existing, the pre-existing dwellings, there were two cottages that were on the site that we've now combined into one dwelling that is currently under construction as well. So the site is kind of torn up at the moment. But so this is the application for the proposed new dwelling. On sheet A 2.0, which is what's up on the screen, you can see 3D renderings of the house itself, as well as the entire site with all the different structures shown, which we're hoping is going to be helpful for you. Main house itself is, you know, we think an attractive structure that we hope you'll approve. Thank you.
Okay, Doug, thanks. I'm sorry.
Sorry, that one's for you, Amy. Yeah, that's wings. Ignore the scribbles on it. I don't know where that came from. Not the signature scribbles, the other scribbles.
Sorry, just one more point to make. The proposed dwelling is about 300 feet from the road, so visibility should be fairly minimal.
Okay. Hey, Doug, forgive me if you already went through this, but did you already go through the colors?
Yes.
I
Gray?
did not, but
Looks-
it's gray trim. I forget exactly what we worded it for the sash, but it's black or, yeah, it's black or, what's the other word? Graphite.
Graphite.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fancy black.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Is anyone ready to come forward with some comments on this?
I will.
Yes, Val?
I appreciate the subtle colors and the simple massing. My concern is the connector, that's all glass. And if that can be seen, and Doug, the clapboard facades, is that natural? Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair, for now.
Can I go after Val?
Yeah, of course. She's all set. Go ahead.
Paul? Doug, I meant Doug. That connector piece, Does it have to be a architectural feature, or could it just be a breezeway? Or is it connecting like a dining room or something?
Well, it
serious?
connects the main living spaces to all the bedrooms, so
Okay.
yeah, it has to get enclosed.
So, because I agree
Isn't
with
it?
Val about.
For real?
Yeah.
About all that window. I'm wondering, is there another way to do it? The black door is going to just cause more attention to it. If it were all glass, it might appear
Like a
see-through.
breezeway.
So I'd like to hear what other people have to say, but I'm fine with everything else.
Okay, thanks.
I'll go.
Yes, Diane.
I'm fine with anything else except the door and the glass. I'm not sure whether you could see it, but it doesn't, it's not in keeping with the sort of the simple architecture of the house, sort of adds a quick modern thing, so I don't know. And the black door is not, I don't think is appropriate with the house either, that's all. Otherwise, it's okay.
All right. Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Yeah, I agree. I think on the west elevation, to the extent that that's visible, what I would suggest is, get approved with a lower roof in a traditional roof form, basically a gable that spans the width. And once you get, the rest of the structure up, we can take a quick look at it and see to the extent that's going to be visible. And then that makes it an easy approval now. Excuse me, I think relatively easy approval now, and you're still open. The other item I'd like to see, I'm a little concerned about, Doug, the barn board. Well, really, what is that? Is that a exaggerated clapboard, or is it, what are we looking at?
So it's basically shiplap, natural to weather.
Okay, so shiplap, and what material?
A red cedar.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna gray out.
Yeah.
I think it looks worse on paper than it would, just in terms of the atypical nature. I think the kind of, they're really not pergolas, correct? It's just a roof.
They actually are pergolas.
Are they pergola?
On that west elevation, yes.
Well, the others too?
Yes.
Okay, they're just atypical, but I don't think it's unapprovable. Okay, those are my comments. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I think it's a well-designed house. I like the breezeway. I think that in order to get an approval, and I'm just trying to think of how we might be able to finagle something to move this along so that, to Stephen's point, get an approval for something that is more less adventuresome, less glass.
Well, I heard one comment that was maybe if it was all glass, then it wouldn't be as objectionable because you would see right through it.
Who said that?
I believe it was Abby.
All glass with like no
I
door?
didn't say, I think it was.
Abby.
Atrium Abbey.
Well, okay, so I'm not sure the all glass thing, I mean, I would like it, but I'm not sure that would fly.
So how about?
What can we do?
Well, one other question, if I may. Just
Yeah.
the north elevation, what's the exposure on that side? That's a different architectural element.
North is the back.
Oh, you mean the vertical?
No, the window.
Yeah, the gigantic window.
Stephen, is that the north?
No, I'm sorry. It would be basically the left side of the lot as you're facing from Swamp Road. So although it's atypical, I don't think there'd be any visibility.
Right, and it's angled away from the road.
Yeah. Just didn't want to.
Let it slide.
Yeah, not understandable. So I'm gonna make a motion. Well, is there any, I didn't hear any comments on fenestration. Doug, you've made it so easy on us.
Yeah.
So barring any other concerns, I would make a motion to approve through staff with the glass connector roof turned into a typical gable connector, and open space for now. So frame, basically you get an approval with a connector, or just remove the connector. But I think you need the connector for your building permit. That's why I'm saying
Right.
put the gable connector. Then come back, once you just get the 4 corners of the building and the roof on. I understand you still have your window issue because there's a long lead time.
Right.
So if you want to keep going, you're welcome to.
I was just going to suggest maybe instead of all glass, we do side lights only with a gable roof. We'll get rid of the transom above the doors or above the front door.
So basically.
So it's still an enclosed space.
Just to clarify.
Yeah.
This, could we go to
So if we
the
go to
next-
west elevation.
Go up one, yeah. So basically, this would be, can you come down a little bit? I'm gonna get my wheelchair.
There you go.
This would become your eave, the roof would die back
Correct.
to a gable, and then this would remain. Is what you're
Correct.
proposing?
Yep.
Okay.
And what's on the back?
Same on the
Same
back.
thing.
With a gable roof.
I mean, the back would be glass as opposed to having a wood door,
Right,
but that faces the beach, so it's not going to be visible.
right.
So it'd be a gable connector without the transom and the side lights. would remain. I'll motion for that.
Yeah.
Please stop.
Okay. Everybody got Stephen's motion? So all those in favor of Stephen's motion to approve with the change to the breezeway as Stephen stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm unsure.
Okay, so is that a,
You can just say nay.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Say no.
Okay.
so is that going down as a opposed or a abstention?
I'll abstain.
Okay. Abstain is neutral.
Hmm.
Opposed is you're virulently against it. And
No.
Diane, I'm sorry, were you in? Or
Yeah,
how?
I said aye.
You did? Okay. So the motion passes 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
Yes.
since Stephen was talking to the whiteboard, I did not hear the motion.
Oh, okay. All right. You mean what the conditions are?
What the conditions are, yes.
Okay, so the
All I know is
condition
you're changing it and something about the roof and,
Yeah, so
Nice.
on the breezeway connector, there would be no glass above the door. There would just be a gable roof above the door. And then the glass would remain on the sides. That's the proposal. And that was through staff.
Thank you. Which is the one?
Okay?
okay, I got that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kerry. Nice hearing from you. All right, now we got garage.
So very simple garage, very straightforward, same colors, very simple massing. Single bay garage with a little bit of a bump out. And again, it has the red cedar natural to weather on the bump out. Everything else is just shingles.
I meant to say this, if you want, red cedar goes a little darker gray than white cedar, but Alaskan yellow goes the same. Yeah, so on that clapboard, I mean, I don't think I care, but if you want a better match, Alaskan yellow is better. Okay, comments on this?
I'm good with it.
Abby's good.
I'm good too.
Diane's shaking her head yes. Val says yes. Stephen?
I'm with the group.
All right, can I have a motion?
Motion approved is submitted.
Okay, Diane has made a motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that's great. And now on to number 3, which is barn. Thank you. This is just plain old
Here you go, Miss.
approved, right?
Barn.
Why didn't you sign my name to it?
The cupola's got to take a
Not
hike, Doug.
Authorized.
I know there isn't one, but I just missed John saying that.
Yeah, no meeting would be complete without that.
So the barn, again, same color scheme, same in terms of red cedar, natural to weather on the bump out. Again, very simple massing.
What kind of animals?
Yeah.
Party animals.
Yeah. This looks like
Wow,
a hotel.
that was like the perfect answer. The party
The
barn.
north elevation. This is the south elevation.
Sounds like a short-term rental problem to me.
Yeah. Okay, anybody?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay,
I don't think it's.
motion on the table,
Speaker forever.
approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Me.
Oh, sorry, you were opposed. Okay, so that was 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Thank you, Douglas.
Thank you very much. See you all again.
Nice night for you guys.
I'm going to give Mr. Chair alternate an option to partake in the festivities on the next one.
You're sitting off? Yeah. And I'm going to sit off starting on 17 through 20
Okay.
before we get into the next old business. But you're off of this one.
Yes.
Both of them? Both the sandcastles?
Yeah, why don't I do both?
All right. Okay, so where are we in the rotation? Can somebody tell me? Nobody knows.
Carrie, I think, is next.
Carrie's next. Carrie, you're up.
Okay, man.
Hello, Chuck.
Hello.
Okay, new garage at old Smith Bagley's place. Yep, 123 Eel Point Road. Anything you want to say about it?
It's just a 3-bay garage. The ridge height on the main form is held at 24 feet. The smaller gable element that projects towards Eel Point Road is only at 19 feet. We're 394 feet from the road and 130 feet from the top of the bank. So it's not visible from the water or minimally visible from the road with the existing vegetation, the abutting structures to the east. At best, you will see portions of the roof, and that's about it. It follows the scheme of the main house. All the exterior trim is natural to weather, cedar, white sash. The doors are a green that matches the green that's used on the main house.
So it's safe to say that all of the colors and details are drawn off that house?
They are.
There are pictures on the online application to see.
That's the view from the gate, and there are a group of evergreens that are the blocking elements there.
What color are the garage doors?
They're a green. There's a picture of them there, and they're a muted green. So it's kind of like Nantucket, or not.
When you go into.
It's a faded green.
Like a sage?
It's not quite sage, but there's a picture of it that I specifically put in there so you can see it. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Is that on the property, Chuck?
that's the main house.
Okay. All right, thanks. This is you, Carrie, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go. I'm
Okay.
fine with this.
Good.
And I appreciate that it's
view, but I
24
couldn't
feet
get there.
tall at the highest and it's so far off
Tell
the
them
road.
which one you want.
Yep.
And the cutest
I didn't
elevation
know
is
that. I
facing the
got
road,
that, but I
so
didn't know.
I'm fine with this.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
I'm fine with this.
Okay,
I'm fine.
Diane's good.
I'm good.
Abby, good. Can we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
All right, thanks, Val. Val's motion is to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Okay. Robert and Jody Newman. Solar array. Okay, so this is, Jesse, this will be you.
Oh.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm happy to take it on.
Okay. Hit it, Chuck.
This was previously approved, and Robert is looking to make some minor modifications. Essentially, on the roof, there was a gable dormer that was going to face one direction that would now be reversed to the opposite roof plane.
Okay.
That takes all the solar panels and shifts them over to a common plane, which would be to the east, makes the panels less visible, and actually the view from the street doesn't really change. You don't, you've got the dormer, just the dormer flipping over. So those are the two main changes. They're just reversing those two elements. On the back of the house, does have a change of a triple window that would be ganged, but that's on the back of the structure and not visible.
Well, I see up above they're
On the south.
separated
This is
slightly.
Yes,
what
on
you
the
see
south.
from the street.
Gotcha.
Their house. so
Okay.
What's the visibility from the street?
Nothing.
Okay. Thanks, Chuck. Comments?
I think this is appropriate. It also is well-placed, and I am just amazed. You can get power on the east. It doesn't have to always be south.
Exactly. Well, in this case, I think they're looking for from the west, right? And then move.
It's east. It's all
Well,
shifted.
but it was on the west.
That's
Wait, did I get that right? Yeah,
In
yeah,
the summer months.
But how many times have we told?
yeah,
Winter.
yeah. Hey, so, sorry, is everybody okay with this?
Yeah.
And was there a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Very good, there we go. That's Val again. On Val's motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, any opposed? Hearing none, there we go. Okay, thanks, Chuck, nice seeing you. All right, so now we're to, Carrie, are you repping this, or
Yep,
is?
5
okay.
Beaver.
5 Beaver. Thanks. Go ahead, Carrie.
Thanks. So this is an existing building.
Oh.
The original,
Oh,
Me
actually,
first,
no,
or-
I'm sorry, it's regular board. In just a second, Connie, I'm gonna sit up. Yeah, okay.
or let Connie do this one, I'll sit on.
There we are. Okay.
This was built, I think, in 1839, and then renovated and added to in 2013, I think by Matt. So the right secondary mass was added in 2013, and some pieces on the back. And the new owner would like to,
Excuse me.
the main thing is to change the color on the clapboard, which has changed a number of times in its existence. It used to be shingle. She'd like it to go to white just to match the trim that's on it now. Right now, it's like a putty color. And the
Okay.
other thing she would like to do is just change the railing on the front to wood. In fact, full disclosure, the builder that I was anticipating got changed to a new builder, and they already did that. The wooden, so they just have wooden posts and traditional at the front instead of the metal that is there. Originally on the historic building, there was no railing because the fence went straight up to it. And then on the rear, same thing, there's metal railings, and she'd like to change them to wood. They're all on the rear, so those aren't visible. The other thing she'd like to do that is visible is a stoop to new French doors that are on the side. Now, those are behind a big row of trees and hedges, so it's not in your face, and it's set back from the main mass of the house. And I forgot to bubble it on that top elevation on the left. It's the little stoop sort of in the middle of the drawing. And then the outdoor shower enclosure, which there are a couple outdoor shower enclosures that are a lot more closer to the street on Beaver. And this one's, it's all natural to weather. That's all.
Okay, thanks. Holly, I believe you probably have something to say on this, right?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, and I'm going to mention a couple of dates here. One, the NHL data is actually incorrect. It says it's a 1780. However, NPT did a history and it's actually an 1840 typical Nantucket. This is attributed to Reuben Manter, who was a whaling captain. And as Carrie mentioned, there was a renovation addition done in 2013. And just for historic context, we know we're in the historic district. Beaver Street was actually Beaver Lane, and it goes back to the 1700s. Clapboard on the facade was a later addition, but based on a photo from the 1890s evidence. The Greek Revival pilaster doorway with side lights is original to the 1840s typical Nantucket, along with the window header details. Clapboard was removed and then shingles put back on, and now back to clapboard. The circa 1890 Henry Wire photo, which I believe is in the file, appears to have a light color on the clapboard. White is too formal. A non-white color, light as shown in the photo, would work better. The 1890s photo doesn't have the metal railings at the front door, but it was likely a 1900s addition. If it's going to wood, it should also have the stoop, the risers and the run also be wood, but not kept at brick. I don't think that is a consistent feature within the OHD. I think there was only one that we've seen more on a high style structure on Orange Street that was actually flipping it from the brick to wood. So that's something to really think about. The east new stoop and French doors will remove that historic fabric potentially, unless that was actually in the 2013 edition. That would be nice to know. But it looks like it's on the main block. Okay, it is on the main block. Is the window that's being removed original, would be my question. The French doors should be reduced to a single 12 light with a kick panel, which is a typical addition in the OHD that you all approve as consistency. All stoops existing are brick with that iron railing, so removing them to add the wooden railings leaves an unusual characteristic not seen elsewhere in this neighborhood. Either replace the entire stoops to wood or leave as is my recommendation. And HSAG did provide a couple of comments. They said white clapboard is too formal for this neighborhood, and the proposed French doors on the east side will be visible from Beaver Street. A single 12 light door would be more appropriate. So we have very similar comments. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Holly, thank you. So for the record, just because we've been shifting around, the board on this is going to be Val, Diane, myself, Stephen, and Connie. Okay? Who wants to go first?
I will.
Thank you, Val.
I don't believe that the addition of the stoop on the
east
is really going to be seen, or the outdoor shower. If you go by that house, and I think Carrie had pictures in here, it's a very thick privet, especially on that side of the house, because the other side is the driveway. So I don't have concern with that. I think I share Holly's concern about mixing the brick and the wood. So anything that could straighten that up would be good. And that's all I have.
Okay.
Oh, and the white clapboard, I'd
Oh,
like
yeah.
to see maybe something other than white, just a light gray or whatever, just for some differential there.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you, Val. Diane, you ready?
Yeah, my question is, on the side, on the north elevation, that Friendship Lane, Friendship Stairs, there seems to be a lot of stairs coming out of the house. I was wondering, if they don't usually put friendship stairs on the back of a house. I was wondering whether you could see them or not.
That exists, and no, you can't see them.
That does
You can't see
exist,
anything in the back.
right? No, I think that as Val mentioned, the change from wood to brick would be good. And the clapboard, I don't know, I guess it would be all right. I'm not too wonderfully keen about it with mixing it up. But anyway, than that, what are you doing with those stairs? Why are they got a red bubble, the friendships?
Oh, because there's a metal rail there now and she wants to switch to
Okay, and you're
wood.
going to switch to wood?
Yeah.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Stephen, you ready?
Sure. I think like a platinum gray clapboard and metal in the front and wood on the back.
Metal on the front, wood on the back.
So leave the ones in the front, leave the rail.
You mean with the brick?
Yeah, and then on the back, we're not going to see it, so.
Huh, okay. Connie?
I agree with Stephen. I like the platinum gray clapboard as opposed to the white.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree to that. Like, I think that somebody put it really well, like something just so there's some kind of contrast between the white trim. I just keep thinking about that house on Pleasant Street that is literally like all white. White clapboard, white trim, white foundation, you know, it's seriously white. So
And it's big.
just a
too.
little bit of contrast on the clapboard, good. And it's an interesting concept. So you, Stephen, your comment was coming from the concern about mixing wood with brick. Is that where that's coming from?
Yeah, I mean, it's historic. It's also, I understand this is the railing for the structure for the longer period of time it's been around, at least.
Yes, but she just can't stand it. I think she gives us a lot all the time.
So,
What we did was
so the suggestion then is that
Backing?
she gets a little bit, she gets everything she wants in the back and up front, maintains the historic characteristic. That's all.
Or makes it all wood?
Well,
Or makes it all wood,
that's
but
the other thing.
I'm not, personally, if it's been brick, I mean, we're not a museum, but at the same time, I don't know. I would, I'm gonna make a motion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Platinum gray, you good with that?
I'll have to ask her. If it's not platinum gray, I could just say as is. She's not in platinum. Look at it, it's yellow.
Oh.
That's what it looks like now.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna want the platinum gray. If she wants white, she's gonna want platinum gray.
That's it now? No, it's like a putty color now.
But equally as bad.
Yeah, okay. So the motion is to, through staff, clapboard, platinum gray, or similar shade, hue, and tone. Retain the brick and the metal front stoop and rail. And that's it.
So those are, through staff, those are the only conditions of the approval.
Yep.
Everybody got it? So all those in favor of Stephen's motion say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, that motion does carry.
I'm next.
Val's next. Rotation goes back to Carrie.
Sorry. She's gonna love it.
I'm not on this. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah,
Wait a
it's
minute.
a-
I
we're-
am on.
we're a
I'm
new
on
business, so-
Windsor Road. I was thinking 5 Meter Street. I was removed against my will, that's what.
Okay.
This house has been under renovation for a little while now.
Under litigation?
What did I say?
You said litigation.
Did I?
Yeah.
Under construction.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it under litigation?
No,
Oh.
under construction. It was built circa 1973. It's an infill on Angola Street. We the existing house now, which I hope I gave you pictures of, but I can pass them around.
Mel, is this the one that's in litigation?
If I said that, I'm sorry.
But we have seen this before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
presently, the original house had this room over the garage closed in.
Yeah.
We came in and got it opened up to an open porch with railing.
Yes.
We'd like to go back to closed, but make it look more like a sunroom. Between the time I submitted this and you seeing this now, it went through HSAB, and so what you're seeing is what HSAB suggested. You're not going to even see my first rendition, so Holly can tell you.
Doesn't that say Angola?
And that's it.
I thought we were on
Okay.
10 Windsor.
Yep.
I'll
And
go.
you said it looked
Well,
good.
wait,
Yeah.
let Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, this is a contributing structure from the early 1970s, and this is a revision to a previously approval. I had similar concerns with the proposal that but that this is a more appropriate addition versus the previous approval that she's had, where the concern was having the sunroom trim above and below the windows. It should be, eliminated. HSAG's comments more or less were that the new windows would feel better proportioned if they were taller, which I think Val has done. On the south elevation, the horizontal trim bands between the first and second floor windows creates an unusual shingled wall. The horizontal band should be removed, raised up to the floor level, which she has done. Adding another window on the south would eliminate the awkward spacing, perhaps 2-3-2, which you fixed that. Basically, there's no awkward spacing, and I believe the proposal is a lot better than the previous approval.
Okay. Thank you, Holly. Let's, hang on.
Oh,
So
Val's not here.
wait, it's to you, Carrie? Right. Okay, got it. Yep.
I'll go.
Yeah.
I think the change is positive. I think that the spacing of the windows should be basically slide the windows as you're viewing the front north elevation all the way to the left, that leftmost window to the left corner board, and then evenly space what remains. So it does look more like a porch.
Oh, so not the like gang
Yeah.
effect.
So you're basically creating structural moles in between each window.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit more spacing between the ganged windows.
Do you know what he's saying,
Got them on the
Val?
side, though. Got them.
I think so.
Yeah, I would do the,
Yeah, because you.
it basically, it will look,
How
I'm
would-
sorry,
how
Mr.
would
Chair,
your-
it will look like it does on your east elevation, which is a no change bubble with respect to the spacing, pretty much. Maybe it would actually be a little bit more. And then the same on your south, it would, I think you could almost,
That's funny, because the south is the layout is the suggestion that HSAB gave me from.
I know, but thankfully, we have this wonderful group that we can listen to, but we can always make our own decisions.
Well, and so what I'm going to ask you is, can all the windows be the same size, or do they need to be different?
I don't see why they would have to be different. I just think even spacing makes it look more like a porch and less like a house.
Okay, I understand that on the front, but on the side that's south,
He's suggesting the same thing. Rather than have 2, 3, 2, you would just have all 7 windows with equal spacing between them.
oh,
I believe
Yeah,
that's.
that's
right.
it.
Yeah.
And all the
That's
same size.
So okay. I
Yeah.
got it.
But just a suggestion, I'm just one lonely voice in the
Yeah.
wind.
No, I'm
One
in
small
I'm
cog in the
full
wheel.
agreement with you.
I'm in agreement too.
I
I
am
just,
too.
just that board below the windows, could that be made to be less prominent on
I'll
the
just
front?
eliminate it. I was trying to keep the porch idea.
Oh, can we see the front?
Yeah.
I think it's drawing attention to it for no reason. So just a normal trim board under like a
The sill.
whatever sill would be.
Yeah.
Without an apron. Okay, so Diane, anything?
No, that's good.
Okay, it sounds like we're liking the idea of just equal spacing between the windows. We are in favor of eliminating the apron underneath of the windowsill. Just have your sill and there you go. I think that's the consensus. All right?
All the same size window.
All the same size window. You good,
That's my
Val?
motion.
Yep.
Okay, so Abby's motion is to approve this with the stipulation that the new sun porch on the second floor would have equal mullions between all the windows and that there would be no apron underneath of the sill. That's her motion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. There we go. You got it. And now I'm going to sit off the remaining 4 on this new business so that we can have some of our. Hey, where did Jesse go?
Yeah.
That's
He's hiding
that's so
behind-
funny. Yeah, you were like the stealth. Look over and it's blank. Okay. Yeah.
Just a forecast, guys. I'd like to get us down to number 12 in new business, 1025 tonight, so we have something to shoot for.
Go.
A little bit of a
I
goal.
want to get to the end of the agenda.
And,
Yeah.
and Val's gonna get snarky.
Yep.
Let's see, we're at 41 Monomoy. So Matthew, your board is regular members plus, where are we in the rotation, please? Jesse. And then Carrie, and then Connie. Okay, Matt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a roof walk. You've seen it before. We reduced the size and dimension of it to minimize the legs, and so the skirting wasn't so predominant. I think that it's an appropriate roof walk, and there are some great water views in the area, and so would love to have it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. 41 Monomoy Road, roof walk and fenestration changes. Who would like to start?
Mr. Chair, I do
Oh.
have some comments.
Oh, I didn't see it highlighted with a
I'm,
color.
yes, it wouldn't be. I did, thank you, Mr. Chair. I did provide comments when this originally came through.
Okay, please,
and
go
I-
ahead. Yeah.
And I do believe you all, the roof walk was originally proposed and you guys
Yes.
omitted it. I just wanted to bring some comments for your consideration. Per building with Nantucket in mind, roof walks should follow the traditional design. Skirts or solid aprons under the platform are not appropriate. More importantly, building with Nantucket in mind states roof walks were historically found on houses 2 or more stories. I know you've all kind of at some point, look at that as a case by case basis, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention. They're not appropriate on a 1 to 1.5 story structures, and I could be wrong in my interpretation, but I would mention that this structure is 1.5 stories. Also, the size of it being a square, and maybe it's just my perception of how it's being drawn, but is not of an appropriate design. No concerns, obviously, on the proposed fenestration changes, just concern on the proposed roof walk design. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly.
Mr. Chair, do I have a opportunity?
No, we're gonna you get a rebuttal when we get.
Gotcha.
Well, actually, I stand corrected. Let me correct myself. Members of the public would now speak, and then you would rebut. So you want to give us a 15 second?
Sure. Just the structure's not in any historic district. So that's one. And two is I would say that the height of the structure, it's the second floor plate height is high. And it does have third for fenestration, so I feel like this does read as an appropriate structure for a roof walk.
Okay, so I'm going to correct you on two things, Matt, no offense. The whole island is a historic district, number
I didn't know
one.
that.
And I think the point you're making is that it's a 1 3/4 story.
Well, I'm sorry, I was referring to specifically core district, downtown,
Yeah, no, I got you.
Sconset.
Yeah,
So-
it wasn't a pointed
Yeah.
correction.
Yeah.
And your gable forward is a 2-story and the rest is a similar height mass. Okay. Comments from the members,
I'll go.
please.
For me, the west elevation, having the post right into the gable is a little bit,
Weird.
well, I don't know what word I want to say. It feels off. And the fact that it's not centered on this main mass, when you look at the south and the north, is a little bit disconcerting too. I think if it was shifted on the south and the north, and then something different with the spacing, but I know as you go out, the legs get longer and we don't want that. So, and then maybe leave the skirt off. It won't draw so much attention to it.
Okay, thank you.
I'll
Diane?
go. Yeah, I think that the skirt is way too long.
Mhm.
To me, it looks very long, and I thought we tried to avoid legs going into gables sort of as a regular thing. Whatever height you want to put the house at, if I had it to choose from, I wouldn't put a roof walk on this house.
Okay. Abby?
I think it's a tough roof to put a roof walk on, I'm sorry. I think you got it right the first time without one. But if you had to have one, I would, like, right now, it's like, I think I had it at 10 feet wide. It's just under 10 feet wide. I think it needs to be wider and going sort of farther right, which I guess, I don't know which way that is, but it just has to be larger. And I think on the south side, it looks really awkward. And I'm wondering if that awkwardness would go away if it were not skirted. So I think it needs a little fooling around. Thank you.
Okay, Jesse? Where are you on fooling around?
Yeah, I think removing the skirt may help. Is there a way, maybe with batter joist or something, where you could eliminate the center post?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could
Yeah,
omit
please.
that center post if we needed to, or at least have the post terminate at the deck of the roof walk.
Right. I think that would help a lot, so it's not going right into the point.
Okay, so Matt, can we zoom in on the roof walk portion? A couple of comments. One, the floor structure seems overly deep, so it looks like it's at least a 2x12 when it could be a 2x8. Frankly, it could be a 2x6 and just more of them. Also, it's raised above the ridge there, which I think both are inappropriate. I understand that it's raised above this ridge in order to interact with the ridge behind it. If I understood Abby and Val correctly, can we zoom back out? There was an idea perhaps to relocate this to the other axis gable ridge and then remove the skirt. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, and Matt, I understand your comment about this not being in the core district, but this is a pretty, very visible location with a very visible iconic structure next door, right? So I think it would be appropriate to look for revisions.
Okay.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to 47 Main, add gable dormers. Your board will be the regular members and Connie.
Did you ever find it? What the
I know you
height
would.
of the foundation is?
Okay, Matt, when you're ready.
Sure.
Why does it look so small? Does it
Okay,
look small to you or
thank you,
just
Mr. Chair.
me?
So this is an application for 47 Main Street. So this is the backside of Main Street. There's a parking court in the rear of this structure, or row of structures, if you will. And so the proposal here is to add 2 gable dormers to the 3rd floor, and also make a fenestration change to the 2nd floor so we could add a small balcony. We've included sections. There's an existing Queen Anne truss on in the roof system, and so the dormers have been sized specifically to fall between those trusses. So this addition of these dormers would not interfere, although I know that the interior structure is not the HTC's jurisdiction. It was important to us that we weren't cutting into the structure. The trusses are pretty impressive. So this wouldn't require significant structural alteration on the interior of the structure. And just want to kind of point out that's why these are sized the way that they are. There is precedent for dormers on the rear of these structures, particularly this row, if you will. The visibility of this is, I think, minimal. People don't generally venture to the rear of this property, and I do find it's actually, I think it's pretty interesting because it's got a certain quality about it. But I would say that it's not the most highly trafficked area. But even having said that, one of our goals here is to improve this section of the rear of 47 Main Street. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to comment?
Mr.
Oh, Holly, I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is obviously a part of a block, Greek Revival style, that was built after the Great Fire of 1846. And this is originally Congdon's Pharmacy, this particular unit, and this entire block is part, obviously, of multiple units, and it's individually significant based on the HDC survey on file. Appreciate the proposal, obviously, to be on the rear of the structure, and I do agree with Matt that there is precedent of having dormers on the rear. However, since this building is technically for shops, and the rear is on a public way, I'm concerned on what this will look like from that public way as a whole, understanding it's only for this proposed unit, but taking into the context of the entire structure, multi-unit structure, I think is appropriate. The Juliet balcony is not an existing feature on the structure. Not sure that the door proposed is appropriate. Elevation or a view of the entire building block along Independence Lane would, I think, be beneficial. I do appreciate Matt letting the commission know of the interior program and what's being retained. So I do appreciate hearing that. We don't always get the benefit of knowing that. So thank you, Matt.
No, it's beautiful trust.
And then I do have a couple of HSAG comments that they provided. Make sure. The existing second floor porch works because of its open and light feeling. Filling this in creates a massive and heavy feeling to two-story box addition. Heavy feeling to the storied box addition. I'm sorry. Casement windows are not appropriate in the OHD. The window spacing on the north leaves white painted voids on each side. Wider windows would fill those voids. So those are the overall comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, who would like to begin? Val?
Go ahead, Val.
No, I have a question about what they just said.
Okay.
Where are the casement windows
They might be referring to the third floor for egress requirements, but they don't have to be casements, I don't believe. So,
They look like they're double hung.
yeah, I don't know where the casement comment came from.
Can we zoom in a little bit on that elevation? The lower, yeah.
It's a sprinklered building, so it's,
And then just, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
sometimes we have to use casements for a net clear opening for a mixed use structure. But I don't, if we go to the window and door schedule, that may be where it is.
They look like double hungs.
Yeah, and you have it written as a double hung.
Yeah, so it's a double hung. I don't know where the casement. I didn't actually also understand the two-story box
Okay,
comment.
so what's next?
Oh, I just wanted to understand.
Okay, do you want to comment?
I actually don't mind the dormers. There's just two and a lot of space there. I'm a little more concerned with the balcony. Maybe if it didn't have brackets, if that's even possible, I don't know. And if the door was more congruent to doors back there, as opposed to introducing a new style. Several of those structures back there have like a stoop and then a long set of stairs to grade, so I'm not as concerned about the balcony, except as it is presented here with the brackets. I think it needs to be a little simpler or something.
Okay, thank you. Diane?
Well, I think over the years, we've spent some time doing the back of these buildings. I think that the dormers, there are some on previous dormers that have been put on buildings back there that didn't have them, and the apartment and stuff was made. I don't like the balcony. I would keep it as simple as possible if we put the dormers in. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm good with the proposed.
Okay, Connie?
So am I.
Okay. Matt, what, the white door?
Mhm.
I agree with Val on the door, but it's not like a strong, because it looks like there's 2 or 3 different type doors. I was looking at the Google too, so, and I don't think you're gonna see the one that's in the enclosed shed roof area from the street. So it's not as strong a concern. The width of on the brackets, I think if you thin that up so it's only just as wide as the door, a little bit more, you come down to 2 brackets, it would simplify it. It won't be an outdoor space, but it will allow the outdoor in. So I would just suggest that we thin it up a little bit.
I have a question. What about something like Greater Light has, which is just like a wrought iron railing so that
Yeah.
you can open the door to the fresh air, but you don't actually step out onto it?
Yeah, if there's a fire, you have to jump up over the iron railing. though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We could do
Swing
that.
down.
Totally do that.
yeah,
Because the iron goes with the brick.
yeah. I'm open, I'm fine with either.
Okay.
So would someone care to make a motion?
I'll try. Make a motion to approve through staff with the balcony becoming a
Wrought iron,
wrought iron
Railing?
lookout,
yeah, Juliet
similar
balcony.
to Greater Light, that idea,
Sure.
Through staff?
through staff, and probably black.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah.
back.
Okay. All right. On that motion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
We're getting ready for 7 Barnabas Lane, Studio Park. So is that James?
Is he Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes,
pardon me?
and she can go.
To the bio? Go. I'm not an ogre, for God's sake.
No, just go. If you're not here, you're not
No,
here.
sit, somebody get some napkins.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
doing?
Thank you for interjecting.
No
How you
worries.
doing?
Good. How are you guys? Belated happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
And to you too. We're on a rapid advancement schedule. You've got 2 minutes minus as much as you can spare.
Perfect, because this will be quick. So this is an open piece of property on number 7 Barnabas Lane in the previous Woodbury HOA. Would you like me to share my screen, or do you guys want to keep driving?
Yes, that helps.
I will do that.
To date, anyways.
Gotcha. Can you see mine now?
No. We see a black screen.
Oh, and I froze.
This is an interesting design, James. No.
What's that?
All right, guys, I'm closing up a couple things because it seems to be going very slow on my connection for some reason.
Okay. I think the abutter who's after you will see their moments that you're taking. There we go.
It's back onto your screen.
Yeah, we see it now. Go ahead.
So, okay. So what you're looking at right now is the what would be the western elevation, or the street side facing elevation. It's a fairly classic 5-bay with a small addition off to the side. We're presenting this as clapboard on the main mass with shingles on the rear addition. We're proposing this as the idea that the main existing structure was the clapboard in front, and then the rear was the addition, which is shingled, and therefore the windows are slightly different. They go from 6/6 to 6/1, and then it takes on a shingle instead of a clapboard style. The front and main mass itself is essentially white clapboard, white on white windows, white sash, Essex green shutters, Essex green door, and then dark Essex green brick foundation in the front. There's a very slight grade change from east to west, about an 18-inch drop off on the site, which is why we get a slight bit of exposed foundation, a little bit more reminiscent of some things that we might see on Main Street, not necessarily happening everywhere in Woodbury and Barnabas. And so we were trying to incorporate a couple things that we might see in other parts of the town. You see a set of friendship stairs, fairly traditional door with a wood fan above it, not a window. If it reads like a window, then that is not the case. We do have a proposed widow's walk at this time, which is also white on white. Red cedar roof, natural to weather, again, white on white trim. Everything else around the house is white and natural to weather. That's the bulk of the overall, and I leave it to you for comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Who would like to comment?
I'll make a comment.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I think,
Wait 1 second. I'm sorry. Am I colorblind? Holly, please go.
I know they're not all on there, but yes, I do have comments for you. This is infill within Woodbury subdivision, which was a subdivision built in the 1980s. It is actually pointed out in our National Historic Landmark designation as a good representative subdivision, if you will, of Nantucket architecture. So I think that's very, very important to outline that this, yes, it's an infill. Yes, it's in a newer contemporary subdivision, but at the same time, that subdivision is representative of Nantucket architecture overall. Staff's comments: the dwelling is a 5-bay E-forward with friendship stairs, clapboard shutters, and fanlight sidelines. The style fits into the architecture represented in the post-1955 subdivision. The existing chimney of the side of the main block on the north will be seen and is not appropriate, along with the flanking French doors. These should be 12 light with kick panel at the very least. The transoms over the double French doors is not appropriate. Same goes for the first additive mass in the east elevation Fenestration is a little chaotic. Pick 6/6 and stay true with the subdivision. On the south, the gained windows in the main block are not appropriate. I do have comments from HSAG to provide to you all as well. The front windows on both floors should all be the same size. They need to be taller for more traditional proportions. The first floor ceiling height appears to be 10 feet. This creates an abnormal amount of space between the first and second floor windows. The ceiling should be lowered by at least a foot or more. The front entry door is not acceptable. A more traditional entry style should be chosen. The exposed exterior chimney is not appropriate, nor is the chimney cap. It should be inside and there should be a chimney on the main mass. The sides and back of the main mass should not be clapboarded. All of the transom windows are not appropriate and should be eliminated. The amount of French doors should be reduced. They should be 12 light with a kick panel. Yep. The gained windows on the south should be separated. The flush shed dormers on the rear mass are too large and should be broken into 2 dormers. The gable window on the south should be a double hung. And the friendship stairs were generally only used when right up against the sidewalk. Setback houses should have a traditional forward-facing stairwell. I would agree with that comment as well. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I'll go.
Diane, please.
Yep, I think the windows should remain 6/6. It is what goes with the house, and you can change the front door steps to a single or coming down straight on. The windows on the north elevation on the first floor should be 12 with a kick panel. The arch over the ones by the chimney should be not be there. The chimney shouldn't be exterior, and particularly unless there is a fireplace on the second floor, it should not be corbelled up so high. It should be corbelled down at the bottom, just by the French doors. On the south elevation, this second little building in the mold windows on the second floor in the gable should be separated and the 3 go across. They should not be mold. And the same with the ones on the first floor of the left-hand piece. The back of the building should not be clapboarded. And the 2 pieces, the chimney and the one behind it, should not be clapboarded. The clapboard should only be on the front of the building. That's it for the moment.
Okay. Abby, are you ready or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so HSAB sort of helped me out with this because I couldn't figure out why there was so much space between the first floor windows and the second floor. I think the first floor windows should be larger, and the second story windows, the panes look very square. And if we're trying to make it look like a historic house, they would not have like square panes, they would be more rectangular. I think I agree with HSAB about the chimney. You're making a brand new house, why not put the chimney inside for starters? That's where it should be. And I think the welcome steps on the front of the house seem abnormally formal, more like Main Street, like mid-Main Street formal. I think if you did something simpler, that would be better. The front door to me seems awfully narrow, and I can't figure that out, but that's an easy fix. And I agree with the transoms and the abundance of French doors on the sides. So that's
Okay.
it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have Carrie and Jesse. So Carrie?
I agree with everything that's been said. I think at 2911 or 29.8, you're at your absolute max, and this building having it reads really massively, and part of it's because the windows are too small and the space between them. I don't have anything to add. I agree with what everything's been said, especially with HSAB.
Okay, thank you. Jesse?
Yeah, I mean, I get what the board's talking about. There's a lot of things that doesn't really represent the historical home. The big things that bother me are the transoms. Other than that, the distance between the windows and the first and second floor need to be addressed. And I like the chimney myself, maybe without the cap.
Okay, thank you.
Jesse, sorry to interrupt. Was that like or dislike? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I just said it should be internal.
Yeah.
And Jesse agreed as well.
All right, James, so I'm a little different on this. I do agree with the windows, taller or thinner. I think taller is the way to go to get away from the square form of the lights.
A little bit of both.
Yeah, a little bit of both would go a long way. I don't think the formality is inappropriate. There are quite a few structures on this street, on this lane, that have this type of formality. I do agree that chimney should be incorporated. And on the back, I don't disagree with any of those comments, except for that I don't think any of that's visible. On the west elevation, the secondary mass, I think it would be appropriate to take some of the height out at the eave so that it is not on the same horizontal line as the primary structure. I understand that it's stepped back, so that might mitigate it. You're never going to see it like you do in a drawing, but I'm realizing that as I'm speaking, so you can scratch that last statement. Those are my comments, and I think, unless you need some clarity, we would look for a motion to
Make a motion to
revisions.
over revisions.
Thank you. All in favor,
Can
say
I-
aye.
Aye.
All right.
Can I just ask a question or two for clarification?
Sure.
Just for the
Carries
sake of-
unanimously. Go ahead, James.
Okay, thank you. So when it comes to the transoms and the doors themselves, everybody does like the idea, plus or minus, everybody likes the idea of a 12 panel with a kick, or a
Yeah.
12 light with a kick, which we agree that was an option that we almost put on the table. So I just wanted to see if that was something that the board in general seems to like the idea of.
Yes, you're trending strongly in the right direction.
I appreciate that. And secondarily, I just wanted to speak to, I agree with the chairman's comments. There are slightly more formal options in Friendship Stairs next door, for example. So I think we would like to try to explore this as an option. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. But I appreciate the comments, and I think most of these can be fairly easily reconciled. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, James.
Thanks, guys. Have a good evening.
And okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to 27 Cornwall. Is David Hall with us?
Victoria, on behalf of her.
Oh, Victoria, I'm sorry. And we're going to go with Connie on this one. And Carrie. Connie and Carrie.
Tom Nevers.
It is end of Kendrick's to the right, and then you go another 3 blocks to the right.
Yeah.
Almost to Matacashan.
Okay. Tori, you got your 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you just let me know who's handling the screen? Esme, are there
Esme.
photographs involved? Because I brought some with me for the board. I wasn't sure.
These are just some visibility from Kendrick and from Cornwall, so you guys can see it's all the way to the end there.
Okay.
So I'm assisting the homeowner who put the application together. Pretty straightforward, simple design, 2/1 windows, 2-story. This is their second dwelling. It's in a surrounded by very large parcels, very distant area of homes, a lot of space between everything. As you can see from the photographs, it's not visible from quite a few angles, no matter which way you look at it, with roads surrounding it. And I'll just let you come forward and let me know what your thoughts are.
Okay, great. Carrie, question?
Is this a covenant?
No,
No.
straight up second dwelling.
Because I'm just wondering why they're cramming it into the corner by the road when they've got such a huge property.
This maybe revolving around the septic system? Does it show on that plan? I don't remember exactly
I
where
don't
that is.
actually see it on this site plan,
No,
but
there's a well.
it
but
could be
if
the
that's
part of
the
it.
case, it just seems like it's-
Okay, other questions? Okay.
Yes,
Concerns? Oh, go ahead, Diane.
I just wanted to ask a question, Steve, through you.
Yeah.
Is Lancaster Avenue, which comes into some consideration by us, is it considered a public way, public passage, or is it not?
I don't see Lancaster on, I see,
Yes, Lancaster here.
I see Center,
It's at the bottom of it.
Marion, Lincoln, and Ocean View.
You got Cumberland Ave, and you come down Cornwell.
Oh, okay, the site plan, I'm sorry, Diane, the site plan and the locus are labeled differently. You're talking about the one at the rear of the lot?
See, look here. There's the place we're talking about. Here is Cumberland Ave.
Yeah.
And here is Lancastershire.
Down on the
down
bottom.
there. And this looks like it's in the middle, but what I want to know is this Lancashire considered a public passage road or a private road?
They're private ways, but they're publicly traveled ways.
Okay,
So they're
that's good.
sub-
Thank you.
Subdivision layouts. Okay, so we got some stuff out of the way there. Comments?
I have no issue with this. It looks like a lot of buildings that have been going up out there.
Okay, we'll start at this end again. Connie?
I also have no issue.
Okay. Abby?
I'm not a great fan of the gable forward. I would prefer it, just historically, I'm used to not seeing that unless it's like one of those classic ones with a big eye over the, so and I think the windows are on the small side and a little bit vertical. I think proportionally, you could just tweak them a little bit.
Larger sizes? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the size of the windows.
Yep.
And I think the 2/1s are a little stark looking for out there. Maybe something, maybe 6/6s or something might be a little more, way out there.
Thank you. Diane? I'm sorry, before you start, can I get a clarification through the chair? Tori, one of the drawings shows front elevation 6/1s. The other drawings show everything as a 2/1.
It's proposed as 2/1. I can't see with the glasses I have from this far away, but I was thinking that's what I was planning on looking for.
Oh, yeah, these say 6/1.
It's proposed as 2/1, and I believe, does the application say as
Yeah, well,
many?
the next one shows 2/1. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make
I
sure.
think that was a
understood.
drafting error, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so go ahead, Diane. I apologize.
No, that's right. I'm not, sure, I guess 2/1s are probably more, better out there in the sort of the hitherland. So it's not so formal. And I don't know, the front of it with the gable front. It's all right. I guess I would go along with it for now. It is different. Most of our houses out there also are eaves forward, but I'll try the gable forward, okay?
Okay. Tori, what about a 2-light door to go with the 2/1?
I'm sure that would be amenable.
Can I get a motion to approve through staff with the front door changed from a 6-light to a 2-light?
I'll make that motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
What was your goal?
Well, we've got an
700.
hour to get through another 20 or 17.
What was your goal?
7 under new
12
business?
under new business.
12.
That's
25.
ambitious.
I
Okay,
know.
so 13, what we're doing, okay. 13 Commercial Wharf, Stephen or Bill, are you there?
Bill McGuire's here.
There we go. Okay, I'm on now. Okay, Bill McGuire. Me, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val, shortened structure. I forget
Yes, we
why
had
this-
gone in with much larger application. And after going through Concom, they have decided that we weren't allowed to make it bigger. So the new elevations are essentially very similar to the previously approved plans, but everything is much shorter. And so what the client would like to do is to maximize the amount of bedroom space. And so the second floor, instead of being up in dormers and taking a lot of the second floor space, they're asking to have the second floor much larger, with the outside perimeter of the building. So the last time we met with you guys, the consensus was that the windows were sort of a jumble on the east side. And so we've rearranged those, and I think we've lowered the eave height on one of the two elevations. And that's basically where we stand now.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
Yep.
Is this HSAB territory?
Yes, Mr.
It
Chair,
is,
we
yeah.
do have HSAG comments. They said the front portico should look more like a simple front porch. It should be wider and include the adjacent window. The new west-facing gable has the same eave height as the new front-facing north gable. The west gable eave should be dropped to create a more subordinate secondary mass. And once the adjacent land bank building to the east is removed, the side will be very visible from Petrol Landing. The windows on the east elevation are very small and leave too much shingled wall space. These windows should be larger and more organized, and I concur with their comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Anyone ready?
I'm opening it up.
Gotta unfold here.
These, if I may, Bill McGuire again, if I may, I think these are not the right drawings. These are.
They look like what we already reviewed.
Yeah, these are.
Approved, right?
Yeah, this is the approved set. You should maybe scroll through a bit more. This is the previously approved plans.
Let's see if that's what we're looking at down here.
Yeah, and in the previous, on the north elevation, we had the porch going all the way to the eastern side.
Yeah.
And at that point, they asked us to shorten it. So that's what we did. Although if you want us to shorten the roof again, just to include just the door and the window, we can do that.
Are you getting, what do you have on your screen? Do you have this?
No,
What's
no. I
hard
gotta
is-
tell you, I am so confused by this.
Me too.
And this was the same thing the last time. Bill, I'm sorry, there's too many proposed and existing, and it's gonna take us a few minutes to get our heads wrapped around
Sure.
this. Can you give
Yeah,
us a
but-
sheet reference that you're telling of what? Are you presenting or are we presenting? You are, okay. Mr. Chair, may I through you?
Mm-hmm.
Bill, can you present at your end, Bill?
It's kind of hard because I don't have control of it, but this is.
No, I'm saying, can you screen share the actual
Yeah.
drawings you're talking about?
I have.
I'd like us, the idea here is we're get a baseline as to what we're actually looking at, so we can determine if the drawings in front of us are what you're proposing or not, and we can go
Well,
from there.
the drawings that are on the screen currently, that all four of those elevations are the proposed right now.
Okay, so the drawings that we have match these or they don't?
They
don't.
do,
No, the paper drawings do.
yes.
They do?
It was just the one on the screen was the previous
Paper
approval.
drawings match what's on the screen.
But
not the
what they
bubbles.
don't show in front of us
No, the
is what
bubbles
was approved versus what they're proposing now.
What's that, Val?
Yeah. So Bill, just for future reference, we really need to have the previous approval
Yeah.
and the existing and the proposed on one sheet.
That's why it's so.
But I know that, but I thought the last time we did this, that you wanted to have them all, the proposal on the one sheet, and then the previous approval was, further, was further
No,
up on the list there.
No.
So I apologize.
If you look at other people when they apply, they'll have a little reduced version of what we looked at previously.
Right.
So we know exactly the way that you've changed it. Right now, we can't do that.
Okay. So it appears as though you guys have drawings that match what is on the screen and what Bill is saying is what he proposes.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
But not what was approved,
But not what was approved.
and none of these
Yeah.
are. what was approved.
That if you scroll backwards, you'll see the previously approved plans. The ones with your red mark on them. And I apologize about you having to go back and forth.
Okay.
I got this one. You and this one, they're the same.
Okay, on the screen now is the current approval, the current proposed.
That's
Okay. Just one moment, we're kind of comparing proposed and
Yep, sure.
existing. Abby, did you want to?
I wanted to ask Holly, what did HSAP say? What were their main points again? Because I was rattling the paper.
Me too.
Front portico should look more like a simple front porch.
Okay.
And it should be wider and include the adjacent window.
Okay.
On the west, that facing gable has the same eave height as the front facing north gable. And that should be dropped to create a subordinate secondary mass. And then it was pointed out that because the adjacent property has actually been bought by the land bank, and that building on the east is going to be removed, that means the east elevation is going to be visible from the public way and the harbor. So that's very important, obviously, to make sure that those windows on the east elevation are small and, or excuse me, they are existing small, and it would be too much shingle space, so obviously make them a little bit bigger, make them more organized.
Thank you. Well, I could give it a stab.
Yeah, please
Yeah,
do.
Okay, so I do feel that those two gables on the west elevation are competing. I don't really know how you fix it, because it looks like it's already been approved, except for the red circle there on the far left. So is everything up for grabs, or
All right,
can we comment on everything, or?
here we go, Bill.
Okay.
That's not approved. This is basically a new application because you made the whole building smaller.
Well, it's the same size as it currently exists, except that the second floor is a bit different. And
Let's put
this
a slightly different way. This is a new building, it's not a renovation. So that, like, that's not, what Abby's talking about is not, quote, approved right now.
Well, it's very similar to the previous approval where we had it much larger. But now we're going back to the existing footprint. And it's essentially, most of the elevations are about the same as what they were, except much shorter. You know, what was approved, but much shorter.
You understand our inability to actually like see what you're talking about because they're all on different sheets.
Well, I'll just continue.
All right, so go ahead.
Anyway, so back to the west elevation up, I think they should either be exactly the same or make one a shed instead of a gable, maybe it's just a shed coming down, or somehow it's different from the far left one. on the north elevation, I agree with HSAB about making that porch envelop that far left window and making that a larger front porch. And now that we know the east is going to be exposed, maybe we have to take that into consideration, but I'm okay with the east elevation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Abby. Let's see. Val, you ready?
I'm really not, but
Oh, I can go elsewhere.
I don't think my cognitive skills are gonna improve, because I'm looking at the original approval on small size and
Yeah.
basically, every single eave line is the same height.
Mhm.
And it's really more or less a ginormous box compared to what it was before. I'm sorry that you had to make it smaller, because their variety in massing was much more successful. I almost, it's almost just start over. Yeah, it's significantly different. For instance, on the south, I'm looking at what looks like it was approved. We have a circle here showing us that this is different. It was a dormer and now it's not a dormer, but it's not showing that the mass in back also changed. I don't know. I can't really make heads or tails of it. I'm sorry. I have to
Diane, are you-
study it more.
Oh, okay, Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, well, I will. I think, are the windows and French doors gonna, can they be removed, or they are not circled in red, so we have to stick with them?
Well, they're existing.
I was thinking on the proposed south elevation belly,
Yes.
those lower windows on the first floor, the big ones.
Yeah, those are all existing.
Okay, because that south elevation is going to be seen.
Yes. And
Um,
it's the only, I'm sorry, Diane, the only difference on this is that we're eliminating the dormer, the secondary dormer over the left-hand side, which is where that red square is.
Okay, on your proposed north elevation, you got that turkey leg red bubble. What was up on the roof? Was there a dormer up there?
In a previous approval, in a previous application, yes, there was a dormer there.
Okay.
But you had asked to take that out so we could have more roof showing. And then with the last time we had the roof going all the way to the eastern side on that porch, and the HSAB said that it looked awkward because there's just a long post out there, and they asked us to shorten the porch, so that's what we did.
Okay. I don't know. I just, I think it's a lot of building for down there on Commercial Wharf, which is on the water, basically on the end of the harbor or the beginning of the outer harbor. And the roof, I think from reading the stuff, is 8/12, the pitch of the roof, both all over. How tall is the building now?
Well, we're, well, let me see, I can't see.
I got 30 feet. Is it 30 feet?
Well, it's a little bit shorter than 30 feet. And so we want to get up to the 30 feet.
It says 30 feet.
Says 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet.
With the,
Why do we want it to go up to 30 feet?
He wanted to go up to 30.
Yeah, no, we wanted to go up to 30 feet to get more headroom in the second floor.
Well, we got 7-foot giants walking around.
Well, no, it said it's.
Hey, Bill, stop the back and forth. We're trying to
I'm
get
sorry,
through this
okay.
application.
I can't give you an answer. To me, it's got too many windows and doors. And if we can't take them out, I guess we're stuck with them. If you could change the two gables on the west elevation, it looks like it's the only thing we can do. Drop them down, drop that west, the one that's to the left, drop it down so it's lower than the other one, it's wider. The roof on the one on the right has a short, small drop in it. So that's all I could
Okay,
think of.
thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Bill, I think you're doing yourself a disservice not having the existing next to these. I think that your north and your south elevations are probably the most successful. However, there are some dramatic changes, if I'm reading this correctly, in your east, in your west versus existing. Between the lack of an existing next to the proposed and not having the existing and a proposed roof plan next to each other, it's difficult to kind of discern flipping back and forth. So the other thing a minor annoyance is the bubbles are all non-rectilinear. They're like off, and it's really kind of distracting.
Okay.
But my suggestion is, because I think you're doing not intentionally, obviously, but I think you're doing yourself a disservice by not having them together. And I would suggest that in addition to any revisions you make, put the existing in smaller scale on the same sheet as the respective proposed, and get rid of everything else. This is a new application. The previously proposed doesn't matter. What you proposed before you proposed the proposed doesn't matter. Just clean it up, and I think you're going to be able to get through this a lot more quickly. I hate to hold you over. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Stephen. So, Bill?
Yes.
The front porch is only 3 feet wide. That's troubling, because what I was going to do is I was going to say the porch would look better if you brought the beam down to just above the level of the window heads. It's way up in the air right now, so it's too tall. But then if you brought it down and it's only a 3-foot porch, then that's going to mean that those 2 second-floor windows are going to be way up there. I am in favor of it going all the way across, counter to what HSAB may have told you. And somebody at the table said it very well. I think it may have been Val, that, basically a 2-story box all the way around, which I also find troubling. So some differentiation of roof heights, that sort of thing, I'd be in favor of. Eve heights, yes.
Yes.
Okay, additive massing is another way of saying that, yes. So all the above.
Motion for revisions
Thank
and to
you.
simplify the presentation to include the existing and the currently proposed.
Yes, exactly. Okay. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the next one's to you, Abby.
Okay, thank you.
1 Windsor Road. Oh,
I am holding Windsor
Okay.
because I don't know if we even actually want to go through with it now.
oh, okay.
So we'll just
All right,
for the
we'll
next
skip that one. And then the next one is also you, Val. 5 meter, that's me, Stephen, Abby, Carrie, and Connie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Okay.
These are addicting.
Everybody thought it was too high. Was it too high?
No, it's right where it's supposed to be.
Good.
Which? Oh, this. Yeah.
There's no way.
Well, that is what the crux of this was about, wasn't it?
Well,
Yes, it was.
About the front deck, second floor deck,
Okay.
crossbacks, et cetera.
All right. So, Val?
Yes.
Oh, you're passing stuff out, I see.
Just pictures.
All right. Okay.
What?
Is this still blue?
Yeah,
trim?
yeah.
We're asking to make it white. So I just want to, go through the changes. I think the crux of the issue was the railing. I know you wanted to certify the top of the foundation, and I have an email that I can forward to you saying we're at where we're supposed to be, according to what was approved, which said 10.1 top of foundation. I
Okay.
did see HSAB's comments and did this little presentation based on that and the revisions, so Holly can read that to you. It seemed as though they had a problem with the dormer being flush, but its existing is flush. And I'm just asking to change it to a shed and make it a little wider, and I'm providing you in those little picture packets all the dormers in the area that are flush.
So Val, do you want Holly to read the comments?
Sure.
Holly, you mind?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a 1997 structure that was moved from across the street at 44 Washington Street. And it was moved and approved in that location prior to the adoption of our Resilient Nantucket. And I think that's important to note because of the height that is shown here. HSAG's comments were a 15 light French door is not an appropriate front door facing Washington Street. The previously approved east elevation had the front door in the proper location. The south facing dormer will be very visible from Meter Street and overwhelms that side of the building. It should be smaller and drop down from the ridge, and it should be set back, not flush. The north elevation second floor windows do not match the floor plan. Staff's comments, the 15 light door at the front is better than the triple that was there. So thank you. I should notate that you're consistently, it's usually a 12 light with a kick panel. However, I'll notate that the 15 light doors are existing. So from a reusable perspective, I understand if that is the intention, to reuse an existing door that's already there. Appreciate adding the window on the other side. Appreciate the dormer pitch on the west and changing the south dormer to a shed. My biggest concern is, again, and you alluded to it, Val, is anything from the surveyor, as the commission had noted from the last discussion. Because I have concern on the height. I believe it looks like it's 6 foot from grade, as you noted. And what the, I guess we will see the existing concrete piers being mitigated by a natural to weather skirt. Is that what that's called out for? Okay. So I have a little bit of mixed comments with HSAGs, but those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Holly.
So, we changed the railing back to the what was existing. Basic railing from up. I am going to offer switching the doors back to the way they were. So I think it was approved prior. It was, the two doors were just flip-flopped. The 6 light was the main door.
That's right.
And the 15 light was the side door.
Mm-hmm.
So that issue goes away. And in terms of the dormer, it is flush. And I'm just extending it, so I'm hoping we don't have to completely change the dormer and change what's upstairs.
Point
I
of
do understand
information.
it's an anomaly.
I'm sorry, through Mr. Chair. Bill, can you explain what you mean about the dormer? Because it doesn't look any different to me.
Other side.
Well,
Oh,
if you
I
look
thought you were talking
on
about
that
those
page,
dormers.
South elevation.
I have above previous approval, and then I have below the previous submission. The previous submission shows the existing dormer is a gable, and
Yeah.
I was
You're turning it all
suggesting-
into a shed.
suggesting a shed dying into the gable, and that nobody liked, so I'm making it just a plain, simple
Mhm.
shed, but leaving the windows at the height that they're at. And yes, they do ride above the eave line, but that is an existing condition.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Okay. Anything else, Val?
Nope.
Okay. Board members,
I can go.
thank you.
Val?
Yeah.
Well, I was wondering, I'm okay with the flush dormers on the side of the house. I'm mostly interested in the front. I was wondering, two thoughts I had. One was that the 15 light front door that you have centered, sort of centered under that. If that could be 2 windows and you keep what you've presented to us and have that as the front door on the far right, I think that would be successful. So you would have 6 windows on the front. And, you go up the stairs and there's the front door. You don't have to walk down. The other thought I had was doing a set of French doors, but you know what's going to happen in a northeaster. It's going to blow open like
That's what they have now.
right
yeah.
into the, living room. So I think windows, 6 windows across the front, maybe centered right under those windows in the gable, and keeping the door the way you've suggested to the right. I think that would be really successful. I don't have a problem with the other provisions. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go.
Thank you.
I agree with Abby, or go back to the very original east elevation as approved with the centered door. Everything just looks so nice and balanced in that. The front door is centered, 2 flanking the double flanking windows on either side. But as you have it, you've separated some windows, but not others. French door looks sad all by itself. So. That's it. Yeah, I don't mind the flush door.
You want to go, Stephen?
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Val, on the east, I'm focused on the east elevation. Appreciate switching the doors back. I think that's beneficial. Is there an internal program that's requiring the separation of some windows on the right of what's currently shown as the 15 light, but not on the left?
Oh,
No, I could go back.
Well, I mean, I would just suggest do the same on both sides.
Okay.
I think that Carrie, I take Carrie's point to heart that it had a certain symmetry to it, even though there's a lot going on. I think that helped to anchor it, and it is such a visible location. The rest of it, I think, is appropriate enough.
Okay.
Oh, except for the height, it's too tall.
I'm gonna get that.
No.
Bring it down a cinder
Are you
block.
joking or are you serious?
No, I'm totally serious. I
You-
never
you
would have
think
voted for that.
this- Well, but the 6 feet.
That was approved.
No, I'm sorry. We've discussed that we aren't going to be discussing things that aren't relevant to the
Well,
current
in
application.
other words, you're not suggesting that it's at the wrong height.
No, I don't know. My concern at the last meeting was that there was some discrepancies between, I think, what was presented in the photos and what was shown in the drawings with respect to the number of steps, but that could have worked out in the height as either it was incorrect or it works out because the steps are different than normally the case. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. All right. Connie, anything?
I do appreciate the change to the traditional railings, and I don't mind the shed dormer, and I'm in agreement. I like the previous approval east elevation with the windows, 2 windows on both sides, if you wanted to keep that front door in the center.
And me, I'm fine with whatever the rest of the board is fine with. It sounds like the main sticking point, if there's a sticking point at all, would be how to render the front, the windows and doors on the front porch.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah, please do.
Through staff,
switch the 6 light and the 15 light, and either spread the windows on the left to match the windows on the right or vice versa.
Good? All right, that's Stephen's motion. All those in favor of Stephen's motion, say aye. Any, is that an
I
aye?
didn't quite understand.
I
So,
covered all
wait,
that you,
Okay, I would approve that.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yes, you would.
Oh, Abby, you would approve it.
Yes,
Trust
Abby, you
me,
would.
trust
No,
me.
yes, yes. You're good on it.
Okay, good. All right, let's see, is anybody here for Gooseberry Place?
Quick before I forget.
Dinah, is Dinah on?
Yep.
Dinah is on, okay, so this one is myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Val.
Okay, I'm ready. May I?
Hello?
Okay, so these are revisions to a previous application for an 8-unit apartment building. And if you just scroll directly down to A4, sheet A4, I'll go one by one through the revisions, but I will make it quick. Okay, there's the overall site plan. Those are just the floor plans, and scroll down one more. Okay, if you stop there. Okay, the top elevation represents the proposed elevation. The bottom is the previously submitted elevation. So that's how each sheet is set up. The top clouded is the new. Okay, so number one was to get rid of the wood louvers, and we replaced them with lights, windows at the top of the ridge. Number two was to make all of the windows larger, so we increased all the base windows at the first floor to 5'4", and the second floor windows to 5'0". They were previously 4'4". We also, to the right flank of if you look at the middle gable feature to the right side of that, which is about 4 feet back, we made the windows much larger and made them full-size windows. So that takes care of the south elevation. And if you scroll down to the next page, we will be looking at the north elevation, which is the back. So again, we eliminated all the natural vents. We eliminated all the small windows that are on the main mast to the left. Again, previously reviewed was below, proposed is above. I also extended the porch on the back because it helped break up the massing more, and that takes care of the north elevation revisions that we made. And then the east elevation, east and west are the last page. If you go down, scroll down one more to A6. Okay, so the west elevation is to the left and the east elevation is to the right. On the top again is the proposed, on the bottom is the previous. The only thing that changed on the west elevation, we're enlarging all of the windows on both floors, so that there would be taller panes, taller windows, bigger windows, that they were just too small. Same goes for the back of the building. You can, on the east elevation, we got rid of the natural vent and we put a window there, and the typical cloud that you see around the two windows, that's just typical that all the windows were enlarged by 4 inches to make the windows taller and the panes taller. And then you can see the porch extended to the right on the east elevation, on the back, east elevation. So the top, again, the top half of this page is the new stuff, the bottom half is the old stuff.
Okay, thanks, Dinah. You covered it. Who would like to begin discussion on this?
Can I ask her a question?
Of
Because
course
I
you
can't
can.
see it on the.
Yes.
Dinah, what color are these?
We were originally proposing a white sash with white trim and a Nantucket red door.
Yeah.
However, it did come up that we could also make the trim Quaker gray all the way around, which is white.
I like Quaker gray even with a red front door.
Me too.
But anyway, I appreciate the changes you made in the windows and stuff. Thank you.
Okay, and you would prefer the gray?
Yeah.
Just okay, thank you. Diane, who's next?
I'll go.
Let's see. Okay, Stephen, go.
I agree with Diana.
Okay. Do you agree with what Val's about to say?
I agree with everybody.
Okay, good.
It
One
looks
big
great,
happy
Dinah.
family.
Thank you.
Abby, it's to you.
Yeah.
Come on, be the dissenting voice.
Well, okay, so, I was just thinking on that east elevation, is there any way to put some windows on to either side? It looks awfully,
Where you mean?
Oh, you mean for the massing?
fenestration.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right. So Dinah, on either side of that gable coming forward to the left and the right, there are no windows. But I don't know how
I
you.
think honestly, the only place where she.
Okay. Yeah, those are the four, they bump out, those are the gable ends the other direction that bump out 4 feet. I could do a narrow window.
Well, I don't want to squeeze one in. I want it to look appropriate, but
Right.
I don't know, there's not enough space on the left.
Maybe the
Maybe
right.
the second floor on the right over that, or is that a staircase or something? There
No,
must be a
that's
reason.
a bedroom. I could do a window identical to the window that's clouded on the top floor and just kind of center it on that blank space above the little porch bump out.
Do you mean the gable end window, Dinah, the floor light?
Yeah, the second floor gable end window. Yeah, it's called a view.
Third floor, actually.
Could you fit in
She-
a good sized window there? Like a, no.
I think a floor light, because the roof is gonna get in the way.
Yeah, I don't know if it's worth it. It's just worth a shot. It just looks a little. I don't want to use it.
Take consolation and it won't be highly visible.
Okay, yeah, I can't wait for the landscaping.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
that's coming.
So I think, and back to the color, I personally would prefer the gray over the white, if you don't have any preference.
We were going to suggest, changing the application from white to gray because we found
Yeah,
that.
I do like that idea. All right, can we have a motion of some kind here?
Motion to approve is submitted with the trim color changing to gray.
Do we know which gray it is, Dinah?
Bear with me. I have it on the drawing. It's on the meeting minutes from previous, Quaker gray.
Quaker gray. Okay, so Val's motion is to just change through staff to Quaker gray rather than white.
Yeah.
All those in favor of Val's motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that's that. And Stephen chairs the next one.
Hi, Dinah. Welcome to the HDC.
Welcome to my favorite place.
Great. So 21 beach grass.
21 beach grass. Basically, I don't have the previously submitted ones because the massing and the windows did not change. It was just we had a vent and the front top peak, I can't speak, the top peak of the front gable and the back gable. So that was asked to be changed to a window. And then on the back, which is the west elevation, there was a blank space there and they asked to put a window in and we put a small seat window because we have a countertop there for a long, it's a long countertop for a bathroom. And so we added a window there. And the third comment was to split the windows on the north elevation. We had a mulled window and we separated them by 12 inches. The windows are separated by 12 inches, but you don't have a 12-inch gap between the windows. It's, I think, a 6-inch gap.
Okay.
And then the front porch, we were asked to change it from a 4 foot to make it deeper, and we made it to a 5-foot porch.
You made it a what? I'm sorry?
A 5-foot porch.
Oh, the neighbors are going to be so jealous.
Well, it'll be much better. Thanks for the suggestion. And the columns were actually simplified a little bit they had a little bit more decorative caps and we simplified the columns.
Okay, thank you, Jenna. So your board is Diane, Abby, Jesse, Carrie, and myself, and who would like to go?
Would an alternate like to jump in on one of these?
No
lovelies?
alternates.
I'm already on it.
No other alternates listed because it's
I'll go.
existing. Okay, so Diane said I'll go first, so Diane.
So I think it's good she's enlarged the windows as she's been asked and whatever. The only thing I wonder about are those two windows that are off center in the little one story on the north. It would be better to split them underneath the window on the second floor. But no big deal if she can't, but I think it would look better on that. And what's that?
It's a kitchen.
Oh, it's just inside. Yeah, well, she may need it because of the sink or something or other. But other than that, it's coming along well. And what's the color for this, Dinah?
These are proposed for a white sash, white trim, and a Nantucket red door. This is a little bit further away from, the last project you saw. This is in the single family development section.
Okay. So we get a little breath between the two.
Yeah.
Red doors. All right. Well, those two windows are because you've got a sink over there. I understand. It's just being picky.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Abby?
Nothing.
Okay, Jesse?
I think it's fine.
Carrie?
I think the gable end windows look too busy up there.
Thank you both. I agree with Carrie. What, do we have a motion?
Knock it off. Take it out.
Motion to approve without the gable windows in the third floor or whatever that is, attic space.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. We're closing in on number 12, guys.
We are.
Did Dinah hear that?
Thank you.
Dinah, did you get that?
She got
Yes,
it.
get rid of the
Okay.
gable window on the ends.
Yes.
Okay, now let's get in our car and drive over to 14 Bishop Rise.
Oh,
And this is new business.
Well, that was
Is this a
Dinah's
new
first
dwelling?
building.
Yeah.
14 Bishop. This one sounds familiar.
We've seen this.
We only got 26 more.
Pergola carport. Matt, you want to just start into it?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, yeah, you've seen this project before. We've done some fenestration changes to the main house. I think you viewed it, and so this is a request for basically a pergola adjacent to an approved shed. And it does have a transparent plexiglass roof to it, or covering, if you will. The intent was for it to look like a pergola, but basically a carport for some open air vehicles. It is tucked back pretty far from the road. I don't really think this is going to be visible, but with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Natural to weather, I'm guessing.
Yes.
I'll go.
Yeah.
No concerns.
Okay, anybody?
Ditto.
I have no concern.
All right, great.
Motion approved is submitted.
All right, so Stevens made the motion to approve as submitted. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
8 Sparks Ave. Anybody?
Nope.
Okay, we're going to pass that one over. Hey, don't go far, Matthew. We are wait.
Peter Burns.
It's actually about 10 Lincoln. I know you just noticed you're going past 8 Sparks. I just didn't want to miss the opportunity for a very brief comment.
You'll get your chance. Okay.
Thank you.
So, we are passing over Sparks Ave, right? Yes. Okay, so now we're on to 10 Lincoln. Regular board, okay, new garage. Matthew.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a garage at 10 Lincoln. I believe you probably recall that we had a fairly lengthy approval process for the house, primarily lifting it and putting a new foundation underneath it. And so this is an application for a one-story garage. For what it's worth, we looked at a few other options that were a story and a half, had some second floor program, but we elected to keep the structure very simple and complementary to the main dwelling. So look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Matt, is this replacing the garage that's there?
Yes, yeah. We actually had approval for the demolition of that.
No, that's in the queue.
They turned off the heat. Okay.
The demolition in the
Is
list.
that-
Turn on the
that's on
AC.
there.
Yeah,
Sorry, I thought that was already approved, but
no.
It's not your, yeah.
All right. So let's make sure that everybody understands. So if you're looking at the site plan, there is a dashed in orange line. That's the existing garage, which apparently has not been yet approved.
it has not. I
It's in
apologize.
queue for
Demolition,
tonight.
We're, at this stage where, and I actually have one coming up where the landscape plan is in front of the actual house plan. So
We should look at that,
do you have anything that you want to look at what?
the demo of the existing garage, no?
I think that's important.
Oh, leave this out?
Well, but the demo of the existing garage is probably not even in this.
It is.
It's
Oh, it's
in the
in this
grouping.
group?
It just
Yeah.
came out of order.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. I
All right,
thought
then
we had
let's-
already
Let's
approved
look
it.
at that
Number 5.
first. Definitely. I'm sorry, I thought it was further down the list.
Can you have Jesse sit for me?
Yeah. Jesse,
I think he's-
you awake enough to sit on this?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm not.
I'm not. I need a water refill.
Hey, could you fill up my water?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
If you're going that way.
Yeah, would you like some lemon zest or
What's
anything in
your
it?
secret stuff?
Secret stuff.
Yeah. We are approaching, I'll just
I
tell
know.
everybody here, we got 4 applications. I know that there are at least one person that wants to speak, Mr. Ernst. Yeah, so we're not going to cover this whole thing, but at least we can start into it. So everybody have the demo?
Yeah, it looks just like the proposed.
Okay, so we have the demo. Matthew, is there anything that you want to say before I turn it over to Holly?
No, I don't think so. I think it's pretty straightforward. We included the documentation and so nothing to add.
Okay, Holly, you want to give us an overview?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this structure has an HDC survey on file. It's the Isabel Prophet Garage. She also owned the main dwelling on the lot, the Bonicle, in 1948. She's actually the one who subdivided the lot into 10, 12, and 14 Lincoln Ave. So I would attribute this structure at least to that era. The HDC survey file is remiss in not providing a date, but that's where by looking at both the HDC surveys on file for this lot, came to that conclusion. Photos inside and out, along with more of a history and Sanborn map, should be provided. Do appreciate the, obviously, elevations provided, but photographs would be great. This is a contributing garage and it should be kept and not demolished. So I would recommend more documentation provided before any approval. The garage should be kept and moved on site to provide the program that's being requested. I do understand that there's a slight, about 120 square feet difference between the proposed one and the new one, but they could easily do a wart addition onto the existing. HSAG had some comments as well. They said the same thing. Photos should be provided and some identification of the age of the structure needs to be provided before allowing it to be demolished. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Holly. Now,
Mr. Chair, if I could,
Yeah.
on the application on the survey, it says National Registered Non-Contributing.
Yes, I can answer that. So that was back in 1989 when the HDC, sorry, Mr. Chair, through you, when the HDC went through surveying the last municipal effort of surveying our historic structures. That's why we're we're going through that process painstakingly through federal grants. But that was the last municipal effort, was in 1989. So in 1989, the structure was not 50 years old. Our period of significance through our national landmark designation has been extended through 1975. That's why that would indicate that it's non-contributing.
But if I could, I'm just a little confused because the designation is contributing. Is every structure that's 50 years or older now designated as contributing?
There's a list actually on the town's website through you, Mr. Chair, that has when the National Historical Nomination update was done in 2012 through CPC funding. It indicates whether a structure is contributing or non-contributing to the district.
And this one is on
in
that?
answer just to Matthew's question, not all of them would be automatically made contributing.
Correct, but to answer of why the HDC survey indicates that it's non-contributing is because in 1989, the structure did not meet that minimum threshold of 50
Okay.
years.
Got it. All right, thank you. Anything else?
No, I mean, like I said, in terms of its historic significance, estimate it's from some period after like 1950. And
Mr. Ernst, did you want to speak now on the demo?
If I think I would, and I'll keep it under a minute if it's okay with you, Chairman Poole.
Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic. Chairman Poole, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly on behalf of the neighbors at 11 and 13 Lincoln. The focus of my brief comments is on the public view shed from Lincoln Avenue. Two categories of observations. One, observe that the new driveway on Lincoln Avenue is not specifically requested for HDC consideration. The driveway today is on Capalm and used via Capalm. Will the new driveway that's in these diagrams and the curb cut on Lincoln Avenue be considered by HDC is the first question. And then second is the observation of the diagram of where the new garage is proposed, both in proximity to the house as well as proximity to Lincoln Avenue. The last time HDC considered this 10 Lincoln, it actually moved the foundation about 5 feet towards Lincoln Avenue. So having any prominent side adjacent garage would be noteworthy, and I question its appropriateness. For quick reference, 8 Lincoln to the left has no front driveway or side adjacent garage. So I appreciate, in quick summary, I expressed concern about the location of the new garage as proposed, both in proximity to the main house and Lincoln Avenue, and expressed concern about any new driveway off of Lincoln Avenue. I appreciate the opportunity to make these brief comments.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ernst.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's to us, the
This
board.
is kind of a big deal now.
Yeah, now we're on well, we're actually on the demo before we move to the new garage.
Right, but there's a lot to consider now because the driveways and the appropriateness of having a garage door where it opens is important.
Mhm.
And we don't know the date of this demo garage, so in fairness to other garages that we are scrutinizing, we should stay consistent.
In other words, get more information?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if I could, Mr. Chair, I don't think there's any question that this structure dates from like approximately like 1950. So if you feel that the 1950 garage, it's not as if this is 1900 or 1850.
Well, there are people out there that believe that these garages are disappearing really fast and they're just, I can't open that.
They're part of the streetscape.
Yeah, they're part of the, yeah. So I would think that we should get do some due diligence on the date.
Like, get some more information. So would you like a motion?
Actually,
to get more information as to regards of the demolition of this garage?
Well, that would mean like interior photographs and, to Holly's point, Sanborn maps and so forth. Excuse me. Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Diane. Let's see, Val.
I'm actually more concerned with approving a replacement structure with garage doors facing a road that doesn't have a driveway and may never have a driveway, so,
You do mean Lincoln. It
Yeah.
currently
Right.
doesn't have a driveway.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So we'll wrap it up into a big bundle. Because, yeah, the removal of this garage, which has side access doors, and then the new garage has front access to Lincoln. Okay, Val, thank you. Jesse, anything to add? The house?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we have.
You have?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. All right.
I guess if I could,
So this
Mr.
would still
Chair,
be there.
is, like I said, I don't think that the historic documentation is going to reveal anything dramatically different from it being around that age. So,
Is there any reason you're not, given the fact that it isn't that much smaller than your proposed garage, like reusing this building?
just
I mean,
like-
it would obviously require some moving of garage doors in particular, but
yeah, I mean, the condition of it's not in great shape, but
can you show us that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
Okay. All right, so.
I'll make a motion to hold for a little more information, historic pictures of the interior. And, yeah, in a view, that would be great.
Yeah. Okay, so that was Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
And then I'll make a motion for this to track.
Yeah, I think so, because we are
We
at
gotta go.
8:29 right now.
They've turned the heat off.
Yeah. Turn the heat
Thank
off.
you.
They
Okay,
have. Get
well, at
out.
least we dipped our toes in the water on
dropped
this.
Down a lot.
Here you go.
I thought maybe the AC was on.
What?
They did turn the AC on.
If they want to run us
So
out.
wait, you held, you got to number 5.
Well, that's a polite
What
way.
was that?
Yeah, we skipped 2, 3, and
You got to
4.
number 5.
Yeah, I wanted to get to 7.
could I ask just a quick question?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, we just pick up where we left off. Yep. Okay, minutes, got minutes?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Is the
Do
meeting
we
done?
want to approve?
Is that it?
Who's that?
Andrew Kachin, we're done?
Nous sommes finissons.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Okay. Oh, no, nous avons fini. Can somebody motion for the approval of the minutes of,
I make a motion to approve the minutes.
yeah, November 1st and 8th? That's Diane's motion. On the motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Okay, John, can we have a,
So it's gonna be John today.
Motion to abscond with everything.
Abscond.
okay, John's motion is to abscond. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone.
I'm gonna sconce this paper.